It's our time to talk Big Ten football with all of you right here at the Voice of College Football. Appreciate you making time for us on a Monday, 6 o'clock Eastern time. That's the time that we've done it now for 18 consecutive weeks. How about that? Nothing but Big Ten football talk right here at the Voice of College Football. A lot to go through today. We are going to track all the recent commits. We've got another important one, I believe, coming down. Just got off the line, actually, with Isaiah Hull from Wolverines Wire. And so be looking out for that conversation. We went through the entire offense and defense for the Maize and Blue heading toward August camp. We're already in that mode where we are starting to line up all our conversations and personnel breakdowns for August camp. So we just completed Michigan in the books. So be looking out for those position breakdowns on Michigan football right here at the Voice of College Football. Thanks for stopping by. Please hit the like button before you do anything just to get that squared away and get that all set. And again, we're going to turn our attention toward the commits that have come in over the last few days. Hope everyone had a great weekend. This, of course, an extended July 4th Independence Day weekend. Maybe you've got some plans tonight. Maybe you don't. We are talking college football for the next 4 hours. 2 with me, John D'Adamo, standing by to take on the 8 o'clock block, 8 Eastern time. We've got USC Trojans live. I will not be on tonight. So most likely a better conversation with Matt Zemek, Trojans Wire, and also our guy, Tim Prangley, talking USC football tonight. What a show that Tim and Rick had for us on Trojan Conquest Live here at the Voice of College Football on a Sunday night. You've got a double header, double dose of USC football. And yes, USC a part of the Big Ten. That's on Sunday and Monday night over on the USC channel. If you have any requests for content, please leave them with me. I'll let you know what we've got in store. We've got a deep dive on Texas football with Tony Altimore coming up. That will be on, excuse me, just a second. Sorry for the delay, folks. Just a bit of a matter I've got to get back on. All right, we will run through the commits for 2024 that came in over the weekend. And again, hope you have a tremendous 4th of July extended weekend. The Amazon links in the description section of all the videos. Please, when you shop Amazon, use the link that we provide. We've got merchandise at thevoiceofcollegefootball.com. We will leave that link in the chat as well. Let's run down some of these commits. I also wanted to look at not necessarily the obvious games, but I wanted to go under the radar big games in the Big Ten, both out of conference and in conference. And then I also wanted to go with as well, wanted to look at the early season schedule more so than the late games in November. But those first few weeks in the Big Ten and what's going to set the stage, as again, I will remind everyone that the likelihood that teams will take off in the win column and teams will descend in the win column is high because it happens. And I got to say, I'm working on predictions right now. And it's not easy for me to try to break free from what we saw last season and what we've seen the last few seasons. I will say this, that as long as I've been tracking this stat, meaning how many teams across Power 5 college football, which that number has been 65 the last several seasons, it is now 69 with the 4 teams that left the American Conference and or the independent BYU joining the Big 12. So now we've got 69 Power 5 teams. If we want to include Notre Dame, who still is not in a conference, but 69 teams in the Power 5, 27 of them had a significant, I mean, at least 3-game improvement or decline from last season, from 2021 to 22. That is high. That's on the high end. Since I've been tracking this, it's usually in the 18 to 20 range. So I'm thinking that because we had so many teams that were outliers last season, that maybe we'll have less this season. It's kind of like the turnover rule, that if you've got a ton of turnovers one year, that you're not going to have as many the next year, or vice versa, because there's a portion of turnovers that is random, that's luck, kind of like one-run games in Major League Baseball. It's been proven that if you had a really good record in one-run games, most likely the next season you're not going to have as good a record, and vice versa. That maybe in the Big Ten and in college football, that we're going to see more similar records to what we saw the teams produce last season, because we saw a huge swing in 2022. Follow me? Okay. We've got predictions out there for North Carolina, Arizona, Washington, Wisconsin, Mississippi State. Check out those videos. And we will continue those videos if they pick up a bit. All right, let's get to the comments section. And also, we're going to run through the recent commits, and a huge one, of course, at Ohio State. Jason says Ohio State dropped the bags for one Justin Scott. He even admitted he and his family were going to commit to Michigan yesterday. Okay, well, that's the way the game's played now. They're not dropping bags. It's called NIL money, if that's what the case is. I don't know, but Jason lets us know that Ohio State broke the bank for Justin Scott. All right. Bam. Ed lays the dagger. Jason, it's sad when you have to buy players away from Michigan. That has been the groundwork, the foundation of Ohio State recruiting success. Obviously, they have been doing that for years. LFG, like number 3. Thank you so much, LFG, encouraging everyone to hit the like button, even if you don't agree with me. All right, Dennis here. Good to see you. And in terms of the NIL game, as long as it's being done in a reputable way, that's part of the deal. When the student athlete in question is reviewing schools, reviewing football programs, taking a look at what's in play, it used to be, how good is this football program? Do I like the head coach? Do I like my position coach? Do I think they can prepare me for the NFL? I am interested in this course of studies. How good is the school in that course of study? What is the location? Am I close to home? Can my parents and my family see the games on a regular basis, not just on TV, but can they travel to the games? And now we just add NIL opportunities. How that's being done exactly, it should be done in a way in which there isn't necessarily an offer out to the student athlete. If I'm understanding what the guidelines are, what the rules are versus what has been done in the past, then there should be a conversation with the student athlete to say, we have an NIL collective. They are A, B, and C. We certainly have these opportunities. We will do our best for you. This is what you need to do. This is what our connections are and what our collective looks like. And now sign with us for all these other reasons, make that commitment, and then we will talk NIL in terms of specifics and give you a specific deal if that's where we land. But are there specific NIL offers going out before the player signs and enrolls in school? I would have to say there most likely is yes. Jason coming back already for the last Saturday of November. It's going to be funny when we bully all your 6-star talent. I think they have created a new category for Ohio State. Ohio State has 6-star talent on the field. This is quite the showdown we've got going here with Ohio State and Michigan fans. Quite the showdown. But this is a Big Ten show. This is the Big Ten live show. So, Wisconsin fans, Nebraska fans, please join in. Iowa fans, you as well. Would love to hear from all of you. And we can continue on and on and on. If you'd like to see your comment recognized, if you've got a question for me, the super chat's the best way to get my attention. Badger and Bournemouth fan, Wisconsin got their highest rated cornerback ever on the list, a 4-star with offers from Clemson, Alabama, and others. Let's use that comment coming in from Badger and Bournemouth fan as a segue. Here we go. So our guy, Badger and Bournemouth, is referring to Emilio Agard. Emilio Agard. You see his profile there at the top of the screen. So he's out of Philadelphia, St. Joseph's Prep School. 30th rated cornerback in the country. Now, look at these discrepancies between ratings. I find this fascinating. Maybe I'm overstating it. Don't find it that fascinating, but I find it interesting. I would love to hear an analysis of it. Of course, we know that the various services go through their rankings and re-rank players about 4 times per year. But in the composite, Mr. Agard is the 30th ranked cornerback in the country and number 352 and the 9th rated player in the state of Pennsylvania. But he's only number 21 in the state of Pennsylvania and much further down the list of cornerbacks as a 3-star, according to 247 Sports. The composite has him as a 4-star. And Emilio Agard totaled 35 tackles as a junior with 2 forced fumbles and 3 picks. And again, our guy, Badger and Bournemouth, is telling us that he is the highest rated cornerback ever committed to Wisconsin. Okay. Elsewhere down the list of commits coming in, who do we have? We also have Ja'Cory Barney. Ja'Cory Barney is listed as an athlete, 6 feet 160. He is committed to Nebraska out of Miami Palmetto High School. And that was a bit of an upset as he was expected to commit, based on what I've heard, to Miami. 35th rated athlete. Well, the athlete position is usually reserved for the wide receivers and the cornerbacks. Typically, we've seen it expand a little bit more toward linebackers / tight ends, and especially with the tight ends being more athletic and playing out in space more often now. But Ja'Cory Barney had 37 catches last year for 4 touchdowns as a junior. He also rushed for 184 yards. He's the 62nd rated player in the state. And we will have much more on Ja'Cory Barney during our Nebraska show that lines up for you on Tuesday night at 7 o'clock Eastern and 6 Central. The offers coming in from Miami, Texas A&M, Arizona, Boston College, and others. 30 total offers, so he was highly sought after. And the 247 Sports rating and the composite a little bit more in line for Barney than it was for Agard. We've got some other commits coming in. The latest is the Iowa edge rusher, Joseph Anderson. And we see Joseph Anderson, 6'5", 210, 73rd rated edge rusher out of St. Louis, Missouri. Good high school football play in St. Louis, Missouri. And Joseph Anderson just sneaks into the top 1,000 in the nation. All right, we'll get to the guy that everyone's talking about. That, of course, Justin Scott, defensive lineman out of St. Ignatius in Chicago, the number 1 rated D lineman in the country. I'm sorry, number 1 rated player in the state of Illinois, number 3 rated defensive lineman in the country, 14th rated overall. So there he is. And we will take a deep dive on Justin Scott coming up on Wednesday on our Ohio State show. But you see the national ratings, the closer you get to the top, of course, the less discrepancy but you have between the services, and they basically all say he is a stud. It looked to be between Notre Dame and Michigan, 30 offers, including when you see 30 offers and you see a top 15 to 20 player overall in America, then you know that he's got an offer from everybody who counts. There is Justin Scott. Don't believe that's showing up. My apologies there. I've been going to the various player profiles, but I have to close the windows and look at different windows than the ones that I'm working on. So there's Justin Scott's player profile. I apologize for not noticing that we did not have the Wisconsin player and the Iowa player on display there, but there you go. Justin Scott, who Ohio State Buckeye fans are obviously elated and Michigan fans are not. Let's understand that both schools are bringing in stellar recruiting classes as it stands right now. Michigan, of course, more volume. Ohio State starting to catch up from that standpoint, and Ohio State starting to challenge Georgia. If you look at the average player ranking, Ohio State actually has a higher average player ranking than Georgia does right now. And we'll check that out in just a second. We have left the link in the both the description section of the video, but also it's in the chat. So if you'd like to join the show, again, the link's in the description section of the video, and it's also in the live chat. Elsewhere, DeJuan Williams, a running back out of Maryland, Baltimore, St. Francis Academy. They're a high school football playing giant, 27th rated. And also for DeJuan Williams, as I search for his page, DeJuan Williams, 5'10 and a half, 195. What's curious about his situation is he's highly rated, 9th rated player in the state. The DMV is tremendous high school football play. And he's the 27th rated running back. He's a 4-star. He only ran for 336 yards last year. Didn't play a whole lot. I don't know if he got hurt, but he ran for 8.2 yards per carry. So he only rushed the ball less than 50 times. He only had about 40 carries last season and 2 receptions out of the backfield. But DeJuan Williams has committed to Maryland. One stat I would love to see somebody compile is how many of these guys are going to flip. I would love to know the flip ratio. If we tracked every commit in America, how many will flip? I'm guessing 10 to 15%. And then if you take the top 300 players, how many of them flip? And then we also have Brett Carroll. You see him on the board there. Interior offensive lineman. Top 800 player in the nation. Top 50 at his position. 6'4.5", 285 out of Kansas. And he is committed to Minnesota. 6th rated player in the state of Kansas. Brett Carroll. And those are all the commitments that came in to Big Ten schools over the weekend. Again, the big one is Justin Scott, of course, the top-rated player in the state of Illinois. Top 3 defensive linemen goes to Ohio State. Our Michigan friends will be able to inform us of what player is announcing tonight at 7 Eastern. 7 o'clock Eastern time tonight, there is an announcement, and the only reason I know that is because I just had a conversation with Isaiah Hull from Wolverines Wire, and he let us know that Michigan, he was on alert at 7 o'clock Eastern time, and I forget who that is. So I'm guessing that if NIL was a huge factor in this, then the likelihood that he's going to flip, meaning Justin Scott, is not high. Not high. All right. We've got the phone lines open, and you can grab the link in the description section, or we have left it in the chat to talk some college football, to talk Big Ten football with us here at the Voice of College Football. People have asked me when we are going to continue our Disputed National Championship Marathon. We will do so. We have made our way all the way through the 1990s, going back in time. We've got 1980s on deck. We will do that sometime here soon. We've got a Texas deep dive with Tony Altimore coming up on Thursday night. In terms of Big Ten shows, USC live tonight, 11 Eastern on the USC channel, and Nebraska and Iowa live. The Hawkeyes live show at 5:30 Eastern on Tuesday. The Huskers at 7 Eastern. Next up, the schedule. And even though it's not week 0, it almost has a week 0 kind of feel in the Big Ten, because for a third consecutive season, Nebraska kicks off the Big Ten schedule. And Nebraska fans probably aren't necessarily feeling great about that, because the first 2 go-arounds did not go well for Nebraska, kicking off the season in week 0 against a Big Ten opponent. So you kick off week 0, you're facing a Big Ten opponent, and you're a big favorite, and Nebraska's lost both of those games. Illinois 2 years ago, and of course the Northwestern debacle, as the Wildcats would then finish 1-11. Think about that. Had we said last August that Northwestern is going to win 1 game, and that game turned out to be overseas in August against Nebraska, and they couldn't beat FCS and MAC teams, but Nebraska has another chance, this time with the new head coach, Matt Rule, and hopefully, and most likely, more attention and better attention to detail than what they had under Scott Frost. All right, let's take our first call of the night. We got Dr. C checking in. Dr. C, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on, Mark?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I am doing well. Thanks for asking. I know I think last time I called, we were counting down the days. And yesterday I checked, and I think it looks like it's 60, it says officially. However, the season starts on the 26th, right? So we're
August
about
26th.
what, 50, so we're what, about 55 days away, I think. Not that I'm counting or anything.
13 seconds. 54 days until August 26th.
Yeah. Wow. It's almost here, just within reach. So this is exciting. And that was kind of what I was calling. What coaching change? I've just got a couple of questions just to get hyped even more for the season, as if I needed it. But what coaching change are you most excited to see, and which one are you most concerned about?
Well, I'm not concerned about any of them because they don't impact me. But I get your point. Get your point. Get your point. If I'm placing myself in the shoes of that particular fan base, let's save that question for the back end because that's a more difficult question. I think Luke Fickell is the best coaching hire of the offseason. I think he's the guy. I think he's the best coach. I think he's the best surge of energy, leadership, new direction, new concepts, new ideas that Wisconsin football needs. So he's going into it's a great situation where they don't need to change everything. They already have stability. They already have a great brand. They already have all these things in play, but they need that insurgence of new life into the program to head toward the new landscape in the Big Ten. So Luke Fickell is my number one head coaching hire during the offseason. Matt Rule, I believe, is a good hire, and I'm less positive, though, of what's going to happen with Nebraska. I am more confident that Wisconsin's going to be in a good place, and they will continue to surge, and they're going to be a force in the Big Ten. I'm less certain about Nebraska. I have confidence in Matt Rule. I think he's really good. I just don't know if that's going to take hold at Nebraska, and I don't know how long he's going to be around for that. Now, obviously, if we're going to the entire nation, then what's going on in Boulder, Colorado is intriguing, just as an experiment to see if Deion Sanders can bring his magic to Boulder and if it will last and how much they can improve in one off season. So that's the most intriguing for me. I'm along with everyone else. That's not always the case. Sometimes I try to be an outlier or I just naturally am an outlier. But what is fascinating to just about everyone else, I've got to admit, is fascinating to me as well. Are we going to look back on the Deion Sanders tenure and the hire 5 years from now and say, wow, they took a chance, but they saw somebody who's dynamic and who's a natural born leader and who was needed for this program? Or, yeah, they went outside the box and it didn't pay off and he's long gone and it just didn't happen. Elsewhere in the nation, I'm trying to think on new head coaches.
Hugh Freeze.
Well, we've got Hugh Freeze at Auburn. Yeah, we've got a new situation at Stanford. So Hugh Freeze, the thing about Hugh Freeze that is interesting. Sorry, I lost my train of thought here.
You're fine.
Is that I am not as sold on Hugh Freeze as a lot of people are because what he accomplished at Ole Miss was obviously set up by cheating. Now, what he did at Liberty is impressive. That Liberty was going to a whole new level of football and that he took it over and was able to be competitive with, mid-tier Power 5 teams on a fairly regular basis. They beat Arkansas last year. So I'm not questioning Hugh Freeze's ability. And I know before he got the Ole Miss job, of course, he did the job at Arkansas State really well. And we'll see if he's a new man.
Yeah, we'll see. It's exciting. I completely agree with you with Fickle. I really believe he's the real deal, and I see big things happening there at Wisconsin. In fact, I said in the other Big Ten show a couple weeks ago, I called in. I said when Saban retires, that Fickle will be the next head coach of Alabama. That's how big of an impact I think he's going to do at Wisconsin.
You think Luke Fickell is going to be the next head coach at Alabama?
When Saban retires, yeah.
Hmm.
I think he's the real deal. I
Well,
really do
that's
think so.
certainly a direction I've not seen other people bring up.
No, I've heard this was the rumor that Alabama really likes Mario Cristobal to replace Saban when he retires.
Well, Mario Cristobal better show us something at Miami first.
Yeah. I know. I think Cristobal turns that around. I think he's the real deal. He went over to Oregon, good team in Oregon.
So what does
And
that mean to you? What are you saying when you say turn it around?
well, I
What does
mean,
that look like?
Miami, obviously, look at how they looked in the last couple of years. I mean, they have fallen out of grace, right? They used to be an elite team, and now they're just the brands, right? So they're going, what they go 5-7.
Yes. Well, Miami was an elite team over 20 years ago.
Yeah, but I mean, because of the brands, it still carries some impact.
Sure.
Florida recruiting. I think he's the kind of guy that can recruit. He's a really good recruit. The players seem to really like him from all the reports I've read. When he was at Oregon, much like Pittman at Arkansas, he was a coordinator, and the players asked the administration to make him the head coach, and they listened to the players. And that's same thing in Arkansas with Pittman. The players went and vouched and say, hey, we want this guy. This guy can recruit. He's the guy to rebuild this program. And then Mario just has such a passion for the U. I mean, I remember he said he used to ride his bike down to just see Michael Irvin clash with some of their top cornerbacks in practice, and he played there. I mean, if anyone can make Miami again, it's Mario Cristobal.
Okay, so I'm not quite as sold on Mario Cristobal. I think that he was a good hire. I think he was a logical hire because he had done a really nice job at Oregon, both in recruiting and the game results were generally good. He accomplished good things at Oregon. I don't know that his teams were necessarily prepared to play in certain situations, nor was he capable enough to lead his coaching staff to make the kind of adjustments that needed to be made and prepare for big games. So he comes to Miami, and of course, this is, well, I thought it was his dream job, but you're telling me he's going to go to Alabama. Or
Well, no,
he wants to go to
I've heard that's the rumor that Alabama was Cristobal was like their guy, but I think his dream job is Miami. I don't see him leaving if he's successful.
So what concerns me about Mario Cristobal is that Mario Cristobal took over a good roster. He took over a team that went 7-5 the year before and played much better than that down the stretch. And they were lucky to be 5-7. Like, they played a pretty poor schedule and still found a way to lose 7 games to some pretty bad football teams. And I don't totally buy. So we've got a Miami show that we do on Wednesday night with our guy Cam Underwood, State of the U, who knows so much more about Miami football and is well versed and knows his stuff, and may be correct in that Mario Cristobal saw this as a reclamation project that had to be torn down to the very bones, the bare bones. This had to be torn down. I don't necessarily see that or agree with that. I don't know why that was necessary. He took over a roster that was a top 15 roster. I've just seen other situations like that where, take Pete Carroll at USC, take a number of other coaches where they stepped in, Brian Kelly at Notre Dame, and they took over programs that were struggling. They weren't anywhere close to what is expected, but they didn't like tear the thing to shreds and start from ground zero. They were able to take off.
Yeah, and I think, I don't know if it's true, but I heard someone made a comment that now with the transfer portal, that's easier to do. So Cristobal was kind of really also taking advantage of that and getting rid of the folks he just didn't feel bought in. And the other thing was a lot of the blame is being thrown towards the offensive coordinator who got let go. People felt he was just the wrong hire.
Yeah. And I see that. Shoot, he was a Royals Award finalist before I believe he won the award. So he was supposed to be one of the better offensive coordinators in football.
Yeah. But you know what? A lot of people had said, hey, this guy, don't believe the hype. Miami's going to learn the hard way. And it obviously did not work out.
Yeah, I think there was a reason not to believe the hype, and that's that Jim Harbaugh ultimately runs the Michigan offense.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what people would say too. It's like some of these guys are getting all the glory when in reality the head coach is the one that just won't let go of their responsibilities, right? And let the OC run freely. And obviously it was a disaster, Miami, but it's year one, I have faith Cristobal gets it turned around. Hopefully he stays there. They don't fire him, do you think if he has another season like the 5-7 of last year, he's on the hot seat, or are they going to honor his contract and let him?
Oh, I think that they are invested in him.
Yeah.
But back to my first question, in response to your question, would be, what is turned around at Miami?
Well,
are they competing for a national championship?
No, I think I think being very competitive, one of those probably top 3-4 teams in the ACC. I think a top 3, just behind Clemson, just behind I wouldn't even want to say behind Florida State, but being right there with Florida State.
Okay.
I think if they and Florida State have the same record next year, and if Florida State win, that would be a successful season. I don't think you could be too.
Yeah, this next season, sure.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're saying that Miami, a turnaround at Miami means that they're one of the 3 or 4 best teams in the ACC.
Oh yeah. I think as far as next year, that's what I was getting for next year. I think Cristobal is the guy. Like, I really like the hire.
That's all he accomplishes by the end of his tenure at Miami, I would consider that to be a bust.
Yeah, no. I think Cristobal can recruit. I think he's the kind of coach that Miami's going to be they will be a playoff contender in the next in year 3. I think that's what I would consider success.
Sounds good.
All right. I won't take any much more. I took way more time than I was expected
you're good,
to.
Dr. C. We got nobody else on the line. You are front and center.
Oh, hey, well then I will say this and leave you with this. Kurt Herbstreit reportedly says Alabama's a lock to win. Shut it down.
They're a lock to win the national championship?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah. He said, even McAfee did a bit on it. It says Kurt, and I've seen other articles, Kurt Herbstreit doubles down on Alabama is the team to beat.
All right. We're going to investigate that just because I think Kirk Herbstreit's smarter than that. He has my respect. I think he's really good at what he does and knows his stuff. But yeah, I see it here. The Pat McAfee show. Kirk Herbstreit says Alabama is a lock to win 2023 college football championship.
If you could play some,
I don't even understand what that means. Does that mean that that Kirk Herbstreit is going to give up his role as one of the top announcers in college football and commentators in college football if Alabama does not? Is he guaranteeing us, like, what is the consequence of him saying that Alabama is a lock? I don't even understand what that term means exactly. I know what it means, but I just think that's so ridiculous and unreasonable to say anybody's a lock at anything. I think they're a lock at beating whatever FCS team they're playing on their schedule, but they're a lock to win the national championship.
well, I'm sure he's seen, probably visited practice, probably seen the intensity, probably seen the fire in Saban. Saban's still hurt, right? I mean, Saban is fueled by he loves not to lose more than he loves to win, and winning is everything to him. So the fact that they had the season they had last year, that's considered a bad season, which I thought
Sure.
they were great.
What was Herbstreit? Was that his reasoning?
Oh, I didn't follow through for the McAfee one, but I just saw it's a lock. So I was like, he must know something that I haven't heard of or don't know, or I was asking honestly you to see if you
Yeah.
knew anything.
Well, the only way in which I would believe that Kirk Herbstreit says and truly believes that this is a lock is that if he's got some kind of connection to Vegas and all of this has been set up, because otherwise, I don't even understand that comment. Like, there is no way that Alabama can lose.
Yeah, I'm sure I'll have to dig into deeper why he said that, but I just heard it and I was like, oh, really? That's interesting. If you could place $1 million bet on just this is going off of that, if you could place $1 million bet on a team that wins it this season, who would you put it on?
Georgia. That's boring, but that's who I'd place it on. I'd place it on Georgia. If Bryce Young came back and was playing quarterback at Alabama, then it would probably be Alabama.
Interesting. So even with the change, well, I was going to say even with the changes at quarterback at Georgia, I don't think that matters because as good Bennett was underrated game managing quarterback, but I think he can be easily replaced. That's not like replacing a quarterback at Georgia is not the same as replacing a quarterback at USC.
So our friend B Bean makes a good point here, and this is part of my reasoning that it's not only about who the best team is, but I would put money on Georgia because their likelihood of just getting to the playoff is so much greater than everyone else because they are so much better than everybody else on their schedule. Alabama has to face LSU in particular. They also have to face Texas. They have more challenges on their schedule just to try to get to an SEC championship game.
You don't see, well, I think the one game that could potentially cause them to lose, and I don't even know if that will cause them going into the playoff because they could still go, would be Tennessee, right? Is that the only one that you'd be concerned about?
Yes. Well, I think other teams can beat them. It's possible. I think South Carolina is a possibility. I think Tennessee is a possibility. But as you just stated, if Georgia loses one game, they're still going to the SEC championship game unless
Tennessee runs the
also
table.
wins the rest of its games. So the one loss is not going to derail them.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I don't see. Kentucky will be tough, and I think we'll see how Florida looks. But yeah, I think they should handle business. But that Tennessee game, Tennessee, I think is the real deal. They're a scary team. That's one of the toughest places to, and they're gonna play. Are they playing at Tennessee or at Georgia? I don't think it says yet.
They're playing at Tennessee.
Oh, you know what? I'm gonna call it now without even seeing Tennessee, Georgia. I'm gonna say Tennessee pulls the upset.
I am seeing all sorts of interesting comments here. Our buddy Bentley Stewart says, name the last team to win a national championship who had a quote unquote cake schedule. Look up Florida State's schedule in 2013. It's awful. So that's the first one that comes to mind. Other than that, they've been all generally SEC teams that have won national championships. So their schedules have not been cake. Ohio State's 2014 schedule wasn't anything awe-inspiring.
Is that so? That 2013 team, for example, the Florida State, some people consider that the greatest Florida State or the greatest college football team ever, right?
A lot of Florida State people do. I don't know where they get that. I think it's a tremendous team, great team for a lot of different reasons. Guys like LaMarcus Joyner and Jalen Ramsey and Jameis Winston, of course. But the greatest team of all time? No.
Yeah. So, like, and that was one of the things that I was telling people that year about the Florida State team. They breezed through everyone, and for example, whoever it was, Auburn obviously played them. Physically, I bet you Florida State was so much fresher than Auburn, right?
Yeah, so that's a good point. If that Florida State team's the greatest team of all time, then they would not have struggled with Auburn and won the game with 8 seconds left. Like they
Yeah.
came within one play of losing that game.
Yeah, and think about all the physical toll Auburn's coming in
Yes.
compared to that Florida State team, right?
Yeah, they just in the last month, just in the last 4 games of the season, Auburn played a number 1 Georgia team, a number 1 Alabama team, and they played a Missouri team that won the Cotton Bowl and was a top 5 or 6 team in the country.
Yeah. So they went in there, and who did Florida State? And I just remember seeing.
That's who they beat. They beat Clemson. That was way back in the first 5 or 6 games of the season. They beat Duke in the ACC championship game.
Yeah. And that was my argument back in the day when I used to say, when they used to say, well, why isn't, Boise State in, the national championship, or whatnot. And I was like, man, if you can't really put, the SEC schedule, the physicality, it's almost not fair for those teams when they go and play these teams that are fresh, right?
Dr. C, I guarantee you're ruffling some feathers in the chat because we go down this road a number of times, and especially since just in the last 6 weeks, the schedules have been released for 2024, the new scheduling formats, and the SEC continues to just play an 8-game conference season. Got a lot of staunch Big Ten supporters here who say, why is the SEC only playing 8 games? They should be playing 9 games like everybody else.
Yeah, and you know what? I can agree with them. The Big Ten, I could probably agree with them, but no one else, right? I don't think if you were the Pac-12, you could be making that statement. Or the Big 12 going, hey, why aren't you guys playing 9 instead of 8? Look at us, we're playing 9. And it's like, well, yeah, you're playing Iowa State. But yeah, I mean, I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. It's so tough. All football conferences are good. And I love the Pac-12 football too, but the SEC, especially, I think back in those days, was a lot tougher than even nowadays. I think now the Big Ten has gotten very close. The Pac-12 is looking better and whatnot, but for instance, that 2012 Florida State Auburn game, I knew Auburn was going to go in there really physically beat up against that Florida State team. Was so fresh. I mean, they were resting players at halftime, half of the season. Davin Cook was getting those big 60-yard touchdowns.
Yeah, just like you say, no comparison between the two teams' schedules. I don't know how that impacted the national championship game, considering that they had a month off before they played. But you may be right.
Yeah. All right, Mark. Well, I'm going to let you go. Thanks for taking my call, and can't wait for those 54 days to, just breeze on by.
Thanks, man. Appreciate you
Take
being
care.
here. All right. 54 days until August 26th, that week 0 Saturday. We've got displayed there Thursday, August 31st. So Nebraska, Minnesota to launch the Big Ten part of the college football schedule. That means we are 60 days away from that game. And we've got the real MVP on the line.
Hey, Mark, how you doing this evening?
I am doing just fine. What's going on with you?
Well, I thought I would respond to a few of the things I heard from that caller. The Kirk Herbstreit thing was more clickbait than anything else. I listened to it. His entire argument is nobody's taking Alabama seriously as a national contender, and whenever time anybody writes off Nick Saban, they always win it.
Okay.
That was basically his crux of his argument. I don't even think he said the word lock.
I'm in complete agreement with him. Absolutely. I think Alabama is going to have to be reckoned with this season. Absolutely. I know that the quarterback situation is weak and with a lot of question marks surrounding that position, how good it's going to be. It's probably the worst at this point in the offseason than it's ever been under Nick Saban, but I completely agree with him. Do not discount Alabama. Anybody that counts out Alabama is crazy. But yes, I just looked it up when that was brought up, and the first headline that shot out was Kirk Herbstreit says Alabama's a lock to win the college football national championship. And
I think that might have just been said in one of those sarcastic type tones, like anytime you count them out, they're basically a lock to win it all. That type of thing. I think some key context was removed.
Yeah, well, this is coming from a platform that I would expect to be. For some reason, we got a reverb, and I keep hearing myself. I don't know if everybody else is hearing for whatever reason. That usually doesn't happen on your calls, but we're hearing an echo of me. But anyway, that's on the Pat McAfee show. So he's using clickbait, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you got to do what you got to do to get the views, Mark. So,
yeah, I guess I got to start doing that.
Yeah. So, let me ask you something about the Michigan fan base. They seem certain that they have a legitimate chance to win the national championship.
Oh, this should be good.
I think they got like a 1% chance to win it all.
Whoa.
I mean, I put them in the same bracket as like a Penn State, a Utah, a Wisconsin, a Washington to win it all. But I think they think they're like a Alabama or Ohio State type team that can win it all. And I just don't see that.
Okay, DeReal, let's line this up here. You just put Michigan in a category with Washington, Utah, and Penn State. Okay, I'm not jumping on you yet here. Okay, and we're not going to hold you to this because we know this is just coming off the top of your head. But what kind of percentages would you give each team from the top down?
I would give Georgia like a 45 to 50% chance to win it all.
Okay.
I would give Ohio State a 20% chance to win it all.
Okay.
And Alabama a 15% chance to win it all. And then I would give Texas a 5% chance to win it all. So I'm at 90%. And then I would distribute it between like Penn State, Washington, Wisconsin, Michigan, and 6 other teams at 1%.
Gotcha. Okay. 1%. Well, they certainly haven't done it yet. So, but 1% seems a bit low to me. I would go more in and even when I say this number, I know a lot of Michigan fans are going to even think that I'm shortchanging them. But if you really look at, 100% goes pretty quickly if you start delving out the percentages. I would go more in the 6 to 8% range.
I guess, but my issue is not just it's a combination of Michigan's schedule is going to be tougher than some of the other teams I laid out. Like, I think they're a better team than Texas, but I think Texas has a much easier path to not only make the college football playoff, but I think stylistically they'll match with the teams in it better. So that's why I give them a higher percentage. And I just don't see how Michigan beats Georgia. I know Michigan has 15 minutes every day that they're going to beat Georgia, and that's great until you meet on the football field and what is it, Jim Mora, offensive line, two-time best offensive line in the country, meets a better offensive line and gets pushed around like ragdoll.
Yeah, and again, I'm going to highlight something here that I think you agree with, that I bring to light from time to time during these discussions. There's a major difference, a major gap between getting to the playoffs and winning a national championship. It's almost more difficult to win those two games than it was the other 11 or 12 games that you won to get to the playoffs.
Right. And I see Mike Ford in the comments saying, but Texas can beat Georgia. I'm not saying they're likely to beat Georgia. I'm just saying that the way they approach football, I have seen replicated throughout previous years to beat a Georgia. I have not seen a team in forever go head to head with Georgia and win. I mean, when's the last time, Mark, a team has outrushed Georgia, out physical Georgia, out defense Georgia?
Well, Alabama looked really good against them in the previous year's SEC championship game.
Right, but those are 41-42 type games. I'm talking about a 17-14 type game.
Or a Michigan kind of game. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, South Carolina with the 2 pick sixes on Jake Fromm in 2019. And that was highlighted by 2 pick sixes. So that's basically what won the game.
Right. So it's been a while. And even that was a pretty fluky game.
Yeah. Like I said, 2 pick sixes. Yes.
Right. So I just don't see how Michigan's style can ever beat Georgia. Because they're going to match up against Georgia, and there's going to be a huge talent gap between Michigan and Georgia, and Georgia's just going to push them off the field. Not as bad as what Georgia did to TCU. But if Michigan and Georgia played right now in a playoff game, I would expect Georgia to win by like 24 to 31 points.
Well, before any Michigan fans jump all over you, let's consider that the game that was played 2 years ago in the playoffs could have been pretty much any score that Georgia wanted it to be. 34-11 was kind, is what I'm saying.
Right. I mean, Mark, at the end of the first quarter of that playoff game, I think we all kind of knew Georgia was the better team, and they were going to win that football game. It was pretty evident early on, because not only does Michigan have to match up with Georgia's physicalities and talent on the first end, they have to do it on the back end. And I haven't seen Michigan be able to do it with their first stringers. So how are they going to do it with their second, third, and fourth stringers to match Georgia's players?
Yeah, our guy Mike Fort brings up a good point just in the quarterback change at Michigan and J.J. McCarthy being a much higher level athlete than Cade McNamara.
That's true, but I don't remember the last time I saw Michigan throw the ball like 45 times a game. Their quarterback just completely take over the game. Their wide receivers got complete separation. And I think that's what it's going to need to take to beat a Georgia. I think it's just a philosophical difference between the way Michigan and Ohio State plays.
Yeah, so you're not necessarily saying Michigan's better than Ohio State, but Ohio State's better equipped to win a national championship.
That's correct.
I think that was pretty easy to see in last year's playoff, at least.
Right. And I think people just because you're the best team in the Big Ten doesn't automatically make you a guarantee. It's about matchups. Styles make fights. And this is going to happen a lot more, I feel like, when we go to the 12-team playoff. It's not about can you beat a bunch of different teams. It's about can you beat the team in front of you. And for Michigan, I just don't see how they're going to ever be able to beat Georgia in the near future.
Well, Michigan fans are hoping that they're recruiting this particular cycle in a way that can match Georgia. And I even doubt that, because if you really dive into the recruiting rankings, they're not as close as they would appear to be on the surface. And obviously, those guys aren't even going to hit the field until 24, and most of them aren't even going to be a factor until 2025. It's almost like what Florida's attempting to do. They're having a great recruiting class, but they're still getting out recruited by Georgia, and they're trying to catch up. They're trying to jump this huge gap to get to Georgia, and they're doing a great job, but it's only one recruiting cycle, and they're still not even doing as well as Georgia.
Well, currently nobody's doing as good as Georgia because they're in the top of the country total. But even their average rating, they're at Georgia currently, according to 24/7, is at 93.2. Michigan's at 90.6, which is pretty big disparity, Mark. I mean,
it is. Yeah.
Do you think they'll be? Do you see any realistic scenario where they could beat Georgia in just a 24-21 type game?
Well, I think if Michigan turns out to be the team that I expect and Georgia does as well, then yes, if they stepped on the field, I think Georgia has an 80 to 85% chance of winning, and Michigan's going to have to play. They're going to have to be the recipient of the kind of situations that TCU was against them.
Right. And I love the arguments I'm receiving in the chat. People are saying, well, because Missouri was able to make it close against Georgia, or Kent State was able to make it close against Georgia, that means Michigan can able to do it. Mark, can you explain the difference between a regular season game against Missouri than a playoff game against Michigan?
Yeah, we've seen this time and time again throughout the history of the college football playoff, where when there is a team, i.e., Michigan State 2015, Oklahoma 2019, that's a really good football team that in no way would get blown out to the degree that they did eventually in the college football playoff, because there are much lesser teams playing closer games during the regular season. Once that NFL talent or anyone's talent is laser focused and everybody's hyper focused on that moment, that game, and teams are playing at their very best and not just slugging through a Missouri game on the road in the middle of October when they may have just played Tennessee and then they're going to play Florida the next week. When you see that hyper focused attention bring that talent to its peak, to its ceiling, then that's when there's a difference between being the best team in the country and the seventh best team in the country. And that difference isn't 2 touchdowns during the regular season or a field goal game. It's Joe Burrow throwing for 7 touchdowns in the first half against Oklahoma. It's 38-0 Alabama, Michigan State. It's what we saw Georgia, Michigan, where the game was over and it's 34-3, just starting the third quarter. That kind of scenario.
You're absolutely right, Mark. You're absolutely right. Well, listen, I hope some Michigan fans will call on and explain to me how they're going to go 12-0, just beat Georgia, beat Alabama in back-to-back weeks in the playoffs, go 15-0, win the national championship. But, Mark, I just don't see it happening this year or the year after that or the year after that. So it's unfortunate. But, like I said before, Michigan is the perfect team for the Big Ten. You know why? Because Michigan is the second best team probably in all of college football. And their conference they reside in is the second best conference in all of college football. So it's a match made in heaven, Mark. I'll see you next time. Fight on to Tim Prangley and USC. And I'm looking forward to them dominating Michigan when they join the Big Ten in 2024.
All right, Daryl. Let's keep it moving here at the Voice of College Football. I want to remind everyone that the Amazon link's in the description section of all the videos. And basically what you do is you just grab that link and use that when you shop on Amazon. And that way you help build the channel. You help us grow. You help us keep going. And there is absolutely no impact on your Amazon shopping. It's the same exact shopping experience. It doesn't cost you a penny. All right. We got Vaughn on the line. We welcome Vaughn to the show here at the Voice of College Football. Vaughn, how you doing?
I'm doing well, Mark. How about yourself?
I am doing just fine. What's on your mind?
Is my audio coming in clear?
Yeah, you're clear.
Okay, excellent. I want to address. I think his name is Darrell.
The
Is
real
that his name?
MVP. Yes.
The real MVP. And by the way, I'm a Michigan fan, and so I have to say that I agree a lot with what Darrell was saying about Michigan. I think I actually don't believe Michigan's going to make it into the playoffs this year. Um, I-
You're
it
one of
sounds
the
strange.
few. I'm surprised to hear that because I haven't come across a Michigan fan that does not believe that Michigan's going to win the Big Ten and go to the playoff.
Like, I feel like it's set up to be where, okay, so Michigan has this great expectation to be in the playoffs, to run the table, and I feel like Harbaugh is just going to screw it up. Like, I feel like Harbaugh is just going to choke and we're going to miss the opportunity. I feel that last year against TCU was our best opportunity ever to be in the national championship. And I don't think we're ever going to get a better shot than that. And so I look at Michigan's chances of winning the national championship. I put it at like probably like a 7 to 8% chance compared to the top 8 or 9 other teams that you can select from.
8 or 9. You're putting Michigan behind 8 or 9 teams?
No, not behind 8 or 9 teams. I'm just saying that you gather like 10 teams that you think have a shot, and then you just rank them. And I think Michigan will be in that second half.
So, Vaughn, not to discount what you have to say here, I'm just curious in regards to you're telling me basically you don't believe Michigan's going to win the Big Ten and go to the playoff because, and your reasoning is that Harbaugh is going to choke and screw it up.
Yes, that's one reason.
What gives you
I
reason
think,
to believe that he's not capable, especially since he's taken the team to the playoff the last 2 years?
I think Harbaugh gets in the way of Michigan taking that next step. He's done great things. I appreciate what he's done for Michigan in the last, especially the last 2 years. But overall, the last 8 years he's been there, it's a lot better than the Rich Rod years. But I feel that Harbaugh's coaching style is kind of good for the Big Ten, and I think Darrell summed it up pretty nicely. Where like Michigan is a perfect Big Ten team. Like, yeah, I can see us, winning the Big Ten. I'm not saying it's not possible. I just I don't know. Like, I just have this nagging thing in the back of my head where like I see the trajectory that Michigan's on, and I want to say that okay, we're going to level up. Like we've taken some big steps, and now we're going to level up. But Harbaugh is he's just not a good postseason coach. That he can do enough to make Michigan a 10-win plus team, but he just doesn't have that killer instinct to take Michigan to the next level.
Okay. Well, Vaughn, anything else? I certainly agree that, for Michigan to show that they can win a national championship, we're going to have to see more dynamic playmaking out of their offense. But everything else, certainly, this is the team that's won the Big Ten the last 2 years. They're the team that's dominated Ohio State in the fourth quarter to win the Big Ten. And Jim Harbaugh has been a coach that's gone to every program, both at the NFL and collegiate level, and improved it considerably. So I don't have the same thoughts about Jim Harbaugh's ability to coach. I think he's one of the 5 to 6 best in the business.
Yeah, he may be, but I don't see him being able to take the next step to be on Kirby's or Saban's level.
Okay.
Or even Urban Meyer's level. Like he's a tier below them, and he's awesome, and many schools will love to have him. And personally, I'm fine with Michigan getting 10 plus wins every year. Like I know, like because we've enjoyed recent success. Like now that seems like a thing that Michigan fans would balk at. But I'm just constantly reminded of the dark years, and so I'm always grateful for the 10+ wins that we're getting. So.
Well, there's no right or wrong answer. I think I can speak for Michigan fans that say that they're grateful for what's happened over the last 2 years, but they want more and they would like to see the mission completed and a national championship.
But let me ask you this: what do you think? Because I had someone ask me this and I didn't know how to answer. But what do you think? Like Harbaugh does best, like as a coach. Like Ryan Day is an excellent quarterback coach. Nick Saban is known for his defense. But what do you think is like Harbaugh is like marquee? Okay, he has that ability to the game. Yeah.
Well, there's a difference between just being a game coach, a football coach that knows X's and O's and can coach players individually, and then you go up through the ranks and you become the head coach versus running a program. So what I think Jim Harbaugh does well is he obviously, since he's done it at Stanford with the San Francisco 49ers and now at Michigan, he's able to come to a program and he's able to assess a situation and understand what needs to be done, what's lacking. I think he does a great job of hiring coaches. I think he understands what coaches will fit his program, will fit the environment, the culture, and will be successful under it. I think he's shown that enough. I think his sheer presence and leadership and confidence is really something that takes hold of everyone in the organization. And I've seen studies on this where you can take somebody who's ultra confident and decisive in their direction, and they can actually be making no sense, and they can be believed by everyone if they are that intent, that focused, that confident, and have that much of a presence. And I think he's ever since he's been the quarterback at Michigan himself, he has shown great leadership capability throughout his entire career. Now, in terms of on the field, during the game, during the 3 hours of play every Saturday, I think his strength is that he knows what he wants his football team to look like. And he knows what type of football players he wants to get to fit a very physical, tough-minded, fundamental, technique sound offense in particular and defense. And he doesn't waver from that. And when he did waver a few years ago, he got into trouble. So he knows who he is and what he wants, and he knows the way he wants football to be played. And he knows the right people, both on the coaching level and the player level, to get that accomplished.
Okay. I'll say one last thing, and then I'll let other callers on. Another fear of mine is that quarterbacks seem to regress under Harbaugh.
Okay.
And so I'm really hoping that JJ will be the exception. And I'm really hoping that
yeah, we're going to get to some other callers, but you bring up a really good point. I'm not necessarily as convinced as you, but there's certainly strong evidence in that direction. Shea Patterson, even a guy like John O'Korn was a really good quarterback at Houston, and he looked like a mess at Michigan. So there is some evidence there.
Well, thank you, Mark, Vaughn, for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate the call. Call back anytime.
Yep, thanks.
Let's keep it moving here at the Voice of College Football. Remind everyone to please hit the like button. You just help us simply by hitting the like button. Here's the deal. When YouTube looks at a video and they see that this video had 10,000 views, but only 100 people liked it, they basically say, throw it to the scrap heap. We're not moving this video out into traffic, as opposed to the video that's got 500 views but has 300 likes. Oh, the people that watched it liked it. It's not receiving enough exposure. Let's get it out there. So please, even if you don't agree with me, if you enjoy what we do here at the Voice of College Football, please hit the like button. We got Nathan on the line. Nathan, what's going on tonight?
Not much, Mark. I was drawn in by the caller on the previous call. I mean, I think that Michigan is at a really good point from a program perspective. Honestly, I'm worried about them coming into Happy Valley this fall, and I'm worried about our undersized defensive line being able to stand up against what they've, eventually became the number one running attack in college football. I mean, that can be disputed, but when you have two of the top 5 backs in the league going for your team, it's hard to stop you if you have a competent offensive line. I'm wondering, Mark, how do you view Penn State's offensive line and Penn State's running backs? And I watched your top 10 running backs in the Big Ten video, so I know where you rank them. But potential-wise, how do you view Penn State's offensive line and running back duo versus Michigan's?
Well, I think it's a great comparison. I think it's a great question because if you polled a number of college football fans, knowledgeable fans across the nation, they default to Michigan, just automatically think Michigan's got the best running back room. But we saw as true freshmen, we have to understand the experience gap, of course, between Edwards, who had valuable playing time the season before, but of course, Blake Corum, versus these two guys, Katron Allen and Nick Singleton, thrown into the fire as true freshmen, and look at how they responded. So they could have a tremendous level of growth. And Corum and Edwards, as you well know, were running behind arguably the best offensive line in the country. Allen and Singleton had to make a lot of things work by themselves. So the performances they turned in last year are pretty remarkable when you take all that into consideration. Now, in terms of Penn State's offensive line, I'm being told, based on the Penn State guys that I talk to and based on what I'm reading, and we want to thank our guy Phil Steele. I'm just starting to go through 350 pages here, and we'll have him on hopefully here soon. Is that the Penn State offensive line is supposed to be the best of the James Franklin era. It's supposed to be.
Well, for the first time in James Franklin era, we have a bona fide top 10 pick in Olu Fashanu. I think if you look at the tape from the Ohio State games and then at the end of the year, the Utah games, and you look at the offensive line, it looks like a unit that could potentially dominate, which in James Franklin's term as head coach, we haven't had anything close to dominating the offensive line.
Well, absolutely. Absolutely. You've not had. That's been the sore spot on the entire team ever since probation, has been the offensive line. It's never, and obviously that's ancient history now. There's an excuse for 3 or 4 years at a position that obviously needs depth. The two line positions on both sides of the ball, but that excuse has long been they just haven't recruited and developed to the level that they need to take on those two teams.
And so do you look at it this year where they have I understand that they haven't been the best when it comes to recruiting big defensive linemen. They've got the outsides, with Micah and now Adiza Isaac. I think they have the outsides recruiting well. And they have beefed up. If you look at the internal weight records from Penn State going into this year, they've beefed up their defensive line by an average of about, I'm just ballparking here, by about 25 pounds. I'm just curious, what do you think they do in the run game against a team like Ohio State or Michigan?
What Penn State should do in the run game?
Yeah, and I'm talking both offensively and defensively, because I think defensively has been their big hole. They just don't have the big bodies down in front that can stand up against some of these power run games.
Well, Penn State's at a place where they can almost scheme and funnel their attention like Ohio State and Michigan can just on a couple games. Not to overlook Maryland and some other possibilities out there. Iowa comes to town. But, they should be studying Ohio State and Michigan's defensive fronts and what they have struggled against and implement those concepts into their running game. Because their offensive line still probably, especially against Michigan, isn't probably ready just to take them on with a vanilla type ground attack.
Which gives us a lot of hope because we actually get Michigan at Beaver Stadium this year.
Yes.
Whereas we go out to Columbus to face the Buckeyes. I feel like even if we lose that game against Ohio State, we have a pretty good chance of making the playoffs if we are able to overcome Michigan when they visit Happy Valley.
Yeah, I got to say, Nathan, in looking at it, I am having a tough time separating the three teams and trying to figure out what's going to happen. Because there's a large consensus out there that thinks that they're going to do exactly what you're talking about, and they're going to round robin beat each other and all finish 11-1. I'm still not completely sold on Penn State. See, here's another factor in Penn State, and I hate that you've lost a couple of your best players on defense because I know Iowa's been a better defense and Illinois was really good on defense, but athletically, I think that over the last couple of years, especially last season, this was the best defense in the Big Ten. I just think they were loaded and just had a great defense, and probably what kept them from being at that level all the time is exactly what you're talking about. The defensive front, not as stout as it needed to be to let the linebackers do their thing and for the secondary to look as good as it really was.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Mark, but I believe that we didn't have a single our defensive lineman above 300 pounds last year.
Yes, I believe that's accurate.
And when you're facing teams that are built in the trenches and they're focusing on the run game with two of the top 5 backs in the entire country, you're going to have a lot of trouble with that. And I think that's, the way that we can kind of bridge the gap between us and Ohio State and Michigan is through that defensive line. And our edge rushers have been elite for the past 5 years. But if you just base it on defensive linemen, we've had a lot of struggles. And there has been a real focus from the strength team and from the defensive coordinator to beef up these defensive linemen. I don't know if you know anything about them, but I'm curious in the potential you see. Penn State's been rated very highly when it comes to incoming defenses for this 2024 season. I'm curious, I think all of that comes to a point if Penn State has a defensive line that can stop the run. And I'm wondering if you think that's a possibility. Like, I've seen them as high as number 2 in the nation from defenses this upcoming year. I'm wondering if you think that's a possibility or if it strictly depends on the run stopping ability.
Well, again, I'll go back to saying that athletically, I think this defense is as good as any defense in the country, but the most important position on the defense is the defensive line. The movement of the line of scrimmage is still the most important factor in football, and they're good there, but they're not elite. And if you look at I would think that this coaching staff, especially the defensive staff, is Manny Diaz and company, are watching that Michigan tape over and over and over and over and over. And because that is one of the worst beat downs I've ever seen, just strictly rushing attack versus rush defense between top 10 teams that looked like Michigan's playing Rutgers. And I wouldn't even say that because Rutgers had a pretty darn good defense. That was like, that's like, Michigan playing a MAC school running the football.
Which gives you deep concerns, right?
Yeah. So Penn State's got to determine, did we get whipped that badly on scheme? And I doubt it. So to your point about getting into the strength and conditioning program, that's what is going to be most, and hopefully that's already been done, because, in about a month, they're hitting the field and they better be ready to roll, because there's not a whole lot of meaningful weightlifting after that. It's meaningful, it's maintenance, but you make your moves physically in the off season.
Right. Well, Mark, do you remember 2016 when Michigan basically just pushed Penn State over?
49-10. Yes.
It was, I've never felt that way. I mean, I'm only 27, but I've never felt that way as a Penn State fan. That basically, I didn't feel like we even had a chance from the get-go because they just dominated both lines of scrimmage. I think we've come a long way from that. But if you look at the Michigan tape from last year, it looks awful similar to that 2016 game.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just wondering, and the score is not as bad, but it's almost the same. I'm just wondering, what does it take for Penn State to take that next step?
Well, a lot of people think that Penn State has taken aim at Ohio State, because obviously since James Franklin has been there, Ohio State's been the team. And this Michigan emergence is just in the last 2 seasons, and Ohio State hasn't really fallen off. Just Michigan has joined them. So Ohio State's been the obvious team to take down. And so James Franklin and his staff's focus has been, how do we beat Ohio State? Well, that's a much different scheme and approach than it is, how do you beat Michigan, just because of the offensive weapons and throwing the ball downfield and all of that. So they have equipped themselves to try to beat Ohio State. And obviously, you're bringing up 2016. They did it that year with the special teams play in the last 5 minutes of the game, but more so they've been able to compete with Ohio State, and you've had your heart pulled out of your chest 3 or 4 times, 27-26, 39-38. But Penn State at least showed in those games that they could compete with Ohio State because they had similar style athletes. But against Michigan, now let's not blow one game out of proportion too much. Yeah, they got beat to hell against Michigan last year,
right,
but they have competed in that game and won the majority of the games at home against Michigan. So this has only happened once where they looked that well. Again, 2016 was quite a long time ago, but in recent years, it's been a close series.
Mm-hmm. And if you remember 2017, that was the year. 2018 is the year I graduated from Penn State. They dominated Michigan on the different lines,
Mm-hmm.
whether it be offensive or defensive. They dominated, and Saquon ran like he's never run before. I mean, wide open gaps for him. I just, I question whether it's scheming or whether it's talent on the lines, why we can't get back to that type of level. And I got to be honest, Mark, I'm confident in the air attack this year, despite us not having very many proven wide receivers. I'm confident in the air attack because I believe that much in Drew Aller. And I believe that, if you have a hard play action in the Big Ten, you're going to be a really good team. And they have Nicholas Singleton and Katron Allen. But it really worries me. The one game I'm going to go to this year is Penn State hosting Michigan. And it really worries me, whether it be the coaching that team has or whether it just be the interior line players they have, that we can overcome that.
Well, your worry is justified to this point until proven otherwise. But your hope is that Michigan figured out Ohio State. When we were having this kind of conversation about Ohio State and Michigan at this point 2 years ago, it looked like there was a Grand Canyon's gap between those two programs, and Michigan made it up quickly. Well, Penn State's recruiting at a level like it wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility to see them win the conference, obviously, this year and win those two games. Whereas the Michigan gap against Ohio State looked like it was, years away, and they turned it over overnight. Now Penn State looks close, so don't lose heart. It's possible. It's more than possible.
And one last question for you before I sound off tonight. How do you view the development between the three teams, Ohio State, Penn State, and Michigan? From a developmental standpoint, and the recruiting ratings better than anyone. So on a developmental standpoint, based on the talent that they're getting to campus, who do you view as 1, 2, and 3 in that ranking?
Oh, I think it's pretty clear. Michigan 1, Ohio State 2, Penn State 3. Michigan is generally developing players at every position. Really, they've been really good at every position the last 2 years. Their wide receivers aren't the best, but they've developed all those positions. We'll see if they continue to develop the quarterback to be an elite quarterback. He's not that right now. Ohio State, their secondary, I don't know what's happened to Ohio State's secondary. They've had, ever since Urban Meyer stepped on campus, and even before that, arguably the best secondary in the nation year to year, or been one of the 3 or 4 best, and their secondary's been awful for 3 years now. And then they've changed their coaching staff. They brought in Tim Walton and Perry Eliano to fix that. They did not last year. And Ohio State is underachieved along the defensive front. They have a good defensive front, but they should have a great defensive front. They have 5 stars tripping over each other.
Right.
So Ohio State's been a little bit more hit or miss. And then, of course, I'd only put Penn State at number 3 because they've recruited as well as Michigan, not Ohio State, but is recruited as well as Michigan over the last 5 or 6 years. And obviously they haven't brought it up to a championship level team as of yet.
Or, even a college football team yet, to be honest. I do agree with what you're saying from Ohio State being 1. I think that, the difference between the 3 programs right now is that you don't have, back in 2016, we had one player who kind of set himself apart, and you know who I'm talking about in that.
Sure.
When you look at the programs in Michigan with Blake Corum and Donovan Edwards, and when you look at Ohio State with Marvin Harrison Jr., I don't think that Penn State necessarily has a player that is going to stick out to you like those 3 do. Right now. And I'm not saying that can't be overcome in the next year with Drew Aller, with Nick Singleton, and obviously, Katron Allen. But at the same time, it's hard to put yourself in that specter without actually having a player who's been that legitimate.
No, that's a fair point. It's a good point. And I believe Penn State has had that level of player, but they've been on defense, and defensive players generally don't have as much of an impact on the game as opposed to just saying, Blake Corum, here's the ball, go. Saquon, here's the ball, go. And obviously quarterback, that's where Ohio State has been better than everybody else too. All right, Nathan, we got some other callers lined up, but I appreciate the call. Call back anytime.
I will. I appreciate you, Mark.
Have a good one.
You too.
All right, we will keep it moving here at the Voice of College Football. We've got Immaculate on the line. How about that? And in the meantime, let's all take Erica's direction to just gently press the like button. That's what Erica is asking. If you smash that thing, that's good for me as well. But hey, Erica has let us know that gently pressing the like button is preferred. Immaculate, what's going on tonight?
Hey, thanks for having me on, Mark. Can you
Of course,
hear me
thank
pretty
you
well?
for waiting.
I'll try to keep this brief so some of your more regular callers can get in here, but I just thought I'd go in about Michigan, if you don't
Why?
mind.
We'd like to hear from callers that aren't typically calling.
Well, excellent. I fit that bill. and first forward, I'm not a Michigan guy. I'm a Hawkeye, but I do actually have Michigan pegged as winning the conference and even possibly going so far as to win the national championship. And I don't go by talent. It matters, but I don't necessarily look at that first. I look at momentum. And I think Michigan's schedule this year is built much better than it was for last year for momentum in terms of carrying them past Ohio State. When you look at this, their schedule, it builds from the non-conference to an easy Rutgers game to the first game against Nebraska on the road to build up momentum. That's a game they should win, but they're going to realize once they're in that game that, okay, the season is on. It's 90,000. It's loud. You'll probably see them be a little bit slow at the beginning of that game and then pick it up at the end for the win. I expect to see their away game at Minnesota be much better, learn from the Nebraska game, have a full, complete game on the road. Next game after that's Indiana at home. Even if they're looking past that towards Michigan State, they probably just coast through it. Michigan State, Purdue, leads right up to Penn State. When it comes to Penn State, I'll believe it when I see it. I'm one of those guys where, yeah, they're going to have lots of talent, but they've had talent, and we just need to actually see them put it in play. So I even at home, I still have to give the edge on that one to Michigan, because last year, what happened to Michigan from my perspective is they climaxed with Ohio State. We all saw that. I think everyone saw it. The ratings were through the roof. The celebration afterwards, coasted through a conference championship against Purdue. Nothing against Purdue, good team, but didn't really provide much defense for them at all. They just coasted through it. I just don't think that they had good momentum going into that game against TCU. They were just kind of blown from the Ohio State game. Whereas this year, they've had that experience. They've been nailed for it all off season. They're going to be talked about it all season long. This is going to be in the back of their heads when the time comes. If they get past Penn State in that game, look out. Because now, hopefully they don't look past Maryland, because that could actually be the game that trips them up if they're looking just towards Ohio State. But if they go through this schedule and they go into conference championship game against, say, Iowa with a strong defense, I think they're prepared. I think they're much better prepared with the second season guy, and they are ready to go into the national championship this year. So it was pretty bad what happened to them last year, but I think people are overlooking Michigan, and I think it's their schedule that will actually build up for to not blow it against Ohio State and have nothing for the postseason.
You think people are looking over Michigan?
Mm-hmm. Just from what we've been talking about, I think there's a lot of people that see what they have, but I think there's a lot of people that are looking past them like they don't have it to compete against a Georgia. They don't have it to compete against whoever they're going to see in the national championship.
Yeah, I don't think Big Ten people are overlooking Michigan. I do think that there's a national perspective that, okay, they can win the Big Ten and they can do that. But until, just to take from what you said, I'll believe it when I see it. When is Michigan going to compete against an elite team nationally? Not Ohio State, somebody else.
Well, I think it'll be this year. And I could be wrong, of course, but I think having the same quarterback that went through all of that as your leader going in, I think that's it. And kind of have to look at if Iowa makes it through. Of course, now I'm being a homer, but they're going to, who their quarterback is. And I think that's going to be pretty significant game for Michigan. I don't think they're going to sleepwalk in there. They're talking about a team who's led by their previous quarterback. And so I think that one actually keeps their momentum going after the Ohio State game. If it's Iowa, hopefully it's not another rollover game. Otherwise, it might be the same situation as last year. But that Purdue game did not do them any favors going into the national tournament.
Don't you think that if we're going to continue on this psychological path, that regardless of how the season plays out, as long as Michigan is in a playoff game, then there should be no question about them being up, down, motivation, whatever. They're playing a playoff game after they got bounced the last 2 years.
Mm-hmm. Well, I would say last year, it seemed to me their entire focus actually was that Ohio State game, going to Buckeye Stadium, beating them there. It just seemed like that was everything to them. And then once they got the win, like where was their focus going forward? They breezed through a Purdue game, and then obviously we saw what happened with TCU. Now, maybe that's because they don't match up well. People want to say they don't have the talent. I just think that this is college football and momentum matters. And
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but I've got a question. If everything you're telling us is the truth, and we can only speculate, once we get on these psychological tangents, we can only speculate what's going through people's hearts and minds.
Absolutely.
Is that team, that locker room, that coaching staff, and it starts with Harbaugh, they've got a problem. If they're not able to refocus, we're not talking about a baseball series where you lost in the ninth inning or you won in the ninth inning the night before, and you got to turn around and do it again in Game 7 of the World Series the next night. You're talking about a game against TCU that was played over a month after the Ohio State game.
Mm-hmm.
And if you can't get refocused, and you've got all sorts of time to come down from that moment to refocus, get ready, and play, regardless of who's lining up. If their name's TCU, their name's USC, or it's Abilene Christian, you're playing in the college football playoff. I find it hard to believe that you can't get geared up, psyched up, focused, whatever term you want to put on it.
I tend to think of it as they got too full of themselves. I mean, that win against Ohio State was just so big. I couldn't even begin to put myself in their shoes about how they felt in that moment. And then to breeze through Purdue. They were playing 3 quarters that game, and they breezed through, and Purdue didn't provide much defense. And even Michigan's defense just kind of breezed through and let them score, 24. I just think that they thought way too high of themselves. Everyone was saying that they were going to breeze through TCU. I think they believed the talk, and TCU put it to them. And so I don't think that team makes the same mistake this year. If they do, that's definitely a coaching issue. But I think that team, after what they went through last year and everything they've heard about it since then, I think the odds are that mentally an Iowa fan sounds like a Michigan fan, that they will be prepared for this. And that's not to do with me liking them or disliking them. It's just what they went through last year, having some of the same leadership this year, and not making that same mistake this coming season. And I think that their schedule is a perfectly building schedule to build them up for this. And with the experience that they had last year, I think that they won't make that same mistake, but we'll see.
Well, I would say, Immaculate, there is precedent in sports history to what you're talking about. Sometimes this happened with Super Bowl winning teams in the 1980s. They had to take a step-by-step approach. There were several seasons, like 4, 5, 6 consecutive seasons in the 1980s where the Super Bowl champion lost the conference championship game the year before. They had to go, they had to get there, they lost. Then they made it back the next year and they completed the mission. Mm-hmm. So that certainly has happened in sports history.
Yeah, and I could be wrong on my perception of it, but that's just I think having the same quarterback carry over as your leader, a lot of the guys coming back, that they're not going to make the same mistake, which is to just believe the hype, think that because you beat Ohio State at their stadium, that now you're going to carry all the way through to the championship game. I don't see them making the same mistake, so I do think that they're going to roll through. I would love to see Iowa beat them in the championship game, but if I had to bet on it, that would be hard to bet against.
Sure. All right, Immaculate. Appreciate you being here. Thanks for the call.
Right. Appreciate it. Have a good day.
You too. So sometimes we hear that Michigan fans make an excuse against TCU. They were the better team. They just didn't show up. They made mistakes, so forth and so on. Yes, I would certainly be on the side of any TCU fan that said, hey, give us the credit for winning the game. Absolutely. But I do think that there's enough evidence out there from last season to show we can reasonably deduct that Michigan was a better team than TCU. Michigan went to Columbus and won by 3 scores, and look at what that Ohio State team, let's just flat out, even without the Georgia game, and that's perfect evidence right there of how good Ohio State is. We already know how good Ohio State is, that they're one of the 2, 3, 4 best teams in the country. And Michigan did that to them in the fourth quarter. Michigan rolled Penn State. Well, Penn State went out to the Rose Bowl and they dismantled a Utah team that was the best that the Pac-12 could offer, or at least the Pac-12 champion. I've been challenged on that point. They were the Pac-12 champion and won other games throughout the Big Ten to show that nobody else was going to beat them besides Ohio State and Michigan. So, there's evidence outside of that game that they played against each other that showed that Michigan was most likely the significantly better team, meaning they were one of the 2, 3, 4 best teams in the country, and TCU was more like the 10th best team in the country. All right. We will keep it rolling here at the Voice of College Football. Appreciate everybody being here. We've got another Michigan fan on the line. We got Mike here.
Hey, Mark, how you doing?
I'm doing just fine. How are you?
Can't complain. Looks like we got our recruit a few minutes ago.
Okay. Well, I'm sure our guy John will highlight that a little bit more as we go along. I was waiting for that, but it has slipped my mind in the midst of all this college football debate.
Oh, we're always going to have Michigan guys on watch for this. I wasn't going to call in because I just got back from my New Orleans trip a few hours ago, but man, DeReal just pushed buttons.
Oh boy, I figured. That's what I said as soon as he gave that 1%.
And I'm kind of wondering. I mean, 1%. What does that mean? I mean, did he give why it was a 1%? Like, now wait, was his 1% about us winning it all or making the playoffs?
Winning it all.
Okay, so and that's what I understand, because he gave Texas a 5%.
Yes.
I don't understand that one.
I think it's a talent assessment.
He thinks that Texas is that much better than us as far as talent?
I think it's a talent assessment combined with a schedule assessment. That's what he said, that Texas is more likely to get there because they play a weaker schedule.
Not arguing that one. But I think that the talent gap between Michigan and Texas kind of outranks the schedule benefit that Texas has.
The talent gap?
Yes, I think the talent gap. I don't know. I guess I know you're one of these people that are high on Texas. I think our talent is.
Whoever said I was high on Texas?
Well, didn't you have them as a playoff probable for this coming season?
Well, I don't have them as a probable. I do think that Texas has a legitimate chance to reach the playoff. Yes. I believe that they are, let me put it this way, they are the best team in the Big 12, and they have a wider gap over every other team in the conference from a talent perspective than any other team in the country does over its conference.
Well, now doesn't Texas? Don't they go to Tuscaloosa this year?
Yes.
Okay, so that's obviously a loss. So I mean,
Yeah, it's probably a loss. I don't know that it's obviously a loss. I'll give them a low percentage chance of winning that game, but they outplayed them last year, and Alabama's not showing up with the same quarterback or the same arguably best defensive player in the country that they did last year.
I do think that Alabama has taken a step back, but it's still incredibly hard to beat Saban in Tuscaloosa. I mean, you have to pretty much play a perfect game.
Sure, I understand your thought that they played in Austin last year, but man, Texas played an outstanding game with a backup quarterback.
Injured.
They played with Purdue's quarterback.
I can say that an injured Hudson Card too.
Yes, hobbling around, and that's what he does best is run around.
But Alabama also made some.
I think that game changed a lot of perception about Texas. Now they blew it the rest of the season and did what Texas does, and they lost to a lot of teams they shouldn't have. But on that day, I thought Alabama was going to go in there and stomp them.
I thought they would put up a better game. Now the other thing is that Alabama made a number of mistakes that game as well. In fact, didn't Will Anderson have like 12 offsides penalties that game? It seemed like he was always
had 12 offensive side.
Offsides.
Penalties.
I always remember Will Anderson being offsides last year, especially in that game. There
maybe during the season.
I mean that Alabama team was one of the most penalized teams in the nation last year, wasn't it?
They were.
I mean, they were incredibly undisciplined, and I have to assume that Saban's going to address that in the offseason.
Oh, I would think it's already been addressed many times.
So I mean, I guess I don't know. I kind of think that 11-1 is a best case scenario for. I mean, I'm not saying that they can't beat Alabama in Tuscaloosa. I would say safe money says it's not going to happen.
No, I get that.
Whereas I think 12-0 is very realistic for us, and I'm on record for saying that the trip to Happy Valley is probably going to be a bigger test than Ohio State coming here.
Okay.
So I'm not sure 11-1 Texas can make the playoffs. I mean, I think there's a better chance that a second Big Ten team or a second SEC team makes it. Plus, always have to assume USC has a. I'm not going to say a guarantee, but they have to really fall off for USC to not make the playoffs this year. I don't really see anything that's going to stop them.
Well, that Alabama game for Texas is going to go a long way toward a playoff spot because, of course, if they win it, then, wow, that's a huge non-conference win. That's going to be the biggest in college football. But even if they lose, they're going to be given a ton of credit. If they lose a one-score game in Tuscaloosa, that's almost going to be like not losing.
Well, and the also concern is, Texas has also dropped some head scratchers.
Oh, sure.
There's always some Texas Tech or some Kansas State or some Iowa State that's just going to come up and snatch them whenever they're not looking.
Well, yeah, they don't drop one of those; they drop four of those.
Yeah, so I mean, the idea of 11-1 as a ceiling. And then there's always I was high on Clemson preseason, but I know a lot of people are kind of touting Florida State at this point. So, there's always a chance that the ACC could take up a spot. So, for so many reasons, Texas being a 5%, that is beyond the pale to me. I would rather see it swapped. Michigan at 5%, Texas at 1%. I could live with that.
Well, I wouldn't be too concerned with what DeReal MVP serves up as college football championship odds.
Okay, I give you
and
that
that's not a disrespect to DeReal MVP. I'm just saying, I wouldn't think any of us would get too worked up over what anyone says about their college football. I think he's just basically making the point that he doesn't believe that Michigan has the talent to win the national championship, nor does their style of play work well in the college football playoff. I think that is more of his reasoning than anything.
And he also did he give Ohio State like 15-20% chance?
Yes.
So it seems like he's lining up the dominoes to say that Ohio State wins in Ann Arbor. Because for him to think that Ohio State loses to Michigan, but those odds hold water, something doesn't. The figures don't add up to me.
Well, again, I don't know that he went into a lab and worked on this for hours to come up with the exact percentages of what he would want to represent his thoughts. I think it's more about just shooting from the hip, saying Georgia's the team, Ohio State and Alabama are capable of doing it, and then after that it drops off significantly. That's his view on the sport overall, is that there are basically 3 schools that can win a national championship, and it would take yeoman's work for anybody else to do it. And until something changes his mind, that's what he's going to believe. And even with all of Ohio State's flaws last year, look at what happened in the playoff.
Yeah, and you could argue that if USC had not laid an egg against Utah, they wouldn't have even had that chance. I mean, smart money would have said that after that, the loss to Michigan, Ohio State wasn't going to make the playoffs. It just happened to be that, USC dropped. They just have some block with Utah.
Sure.
Utah just has their number. But if odds had held for that one, USC would have been losing to Georgia.
Yeah, but I don't know that Ohio State should be, apologizing for reaching the playoffs at 11-1 when this has already transpired. I think we're up to 6 teams that have not won a conference championship that have been in the playoff.
Yeah, but I mean,
TCU didn't win their conference.
Okay, yeah, good point. But the thing is, he has a pretty high percentage tacked on to a team that kind of needed a massively lucky break to even make the playoffs. So
again, if you look at it in a vacuum, meaning when Ohio State stepped off the field, against Michigan, I was thinking the same thing. Their season's over. But if you look at the totality of the season, did Ohio State earn a playoff spot? Yes. There wasn't even that much of a legitimate argument about it. They had the best record in the country of anyone who didn't win a conference championship. They actually had the 3rd best record of anybody in the America, period. Tied for the 3rd best. They were safely in the playoff. Like, you didn't even have to break a tie between Ohio State at 11-1 and like 3 other teams that went 11-1. They were the only 11-1 team in the country. So I don't know how they lucked into the playoffs.
Well, if USC had beaten Utah, would they have gotten
they
in?
would not have been in the playoff. But doesn't this happen every year? We could talk all day about teams that lucked into the playoffs based on other teams losing.
Yeah,
they didn't control their own destiny because they didn't win the Big Ten. You're right.
Yeah, now I'm starting to get Baylor TCU flashbacks from your year. I don't want to think about that one. It's just that his numbers, I guess, I don't know. It's almost like he was playing Howard Stern, where he was just trying to, stir up the masses.
No, I think it's pretty consistent with what he believes and what he talks about all the time.
Well, I guess I just can't understand it because, I mean, he was actually, tooting Michigan's horn several months ago. Talking about how we were a contender, and all of a sudden it seems like he's flipped. I mean, to put us at 1%, that's disrespectful. I mean, and I'm not gonna sit here, and I agree with you when you said, a lot of Michigan, fans, talk about we were the better team, and you're right. And we address our own flaws, but things are set up to where we're going to be better this coming season than last season. I can make a lot of points where we're set up to be better. I think our offensive line has every bit the chance of being just as good. Our wide receiver core is going to get improved because Darius Clemens is going to get pushed to the forefront, who's an absolute stud. We're going to keep. We're probably going to keep our pass rush. Secondary, I think, is going to hold serve. McCarthy's going to have another year behind him, and we've got, in my opinion, the best 1-2 punch at running back in the nation. So I have every reason to believe that we're going to be there, and Georgia's going to do they have another Stetson Bennett? I know they've got a crop of talented quarterbacks, but is the next Stetson Bennett in the pipes?
Well, from a talent perspective, they have a quarterback better than Stetson Bennett. But if you're talking about who's a gamer, who's a baller, who's going to step up in the clutch, that's all stuff we can't answer until they line up and start playing. They've got a quarterback who certainly knows the system. He's been in the system a long time. Carson Beck is, as John is letting us know, really, really good, and he's been in that system forever. So he knows the offense and he knows what he's doing. Mike, how about this set of odds? I just jotted this down off the top of my head. To win the national championship, I'm going to make it a bit closer than the real MVPs. He's in a 45 or 50% for Georgia. I think Georgia's going to have a little tougher time than that. I'm going to go Georgia 30, Bama 25, Ohio State 15, Michigan 10, and then the field, let's see, 55, 70, that's 80%. Then I give the field the other 20%, which includes off the top Penn State, USC, Texas, Clemson, Florida State in particular.
Why so high in Alabama?
They're loaded. They need to figure out a quarterback, which is a big deal. I get it. But
their schedule's not doing them favors.
25% for Alabama would be low most years.
Well, even for a Saban team, a team that has no quarterback, has a question mark for quarterback, is coming off a horrendous season as far as penalties and discipline, and playing with a schedule that's shaping up to be more than somewhat difficult. That seems like a high percentage.
Yeah, maybe. I just jotted it down. I'm not taking it to Vegas with me, but
it sounds more fair than what I heard earlier. I'm going to give you that one, Mark.
Yeah, I agree with that one.
The last point I'll make, and then we'll let John take things over from here. We appreciate, of course, John taking the second half of the show here, as always. Again, don't get this confused with college football playoff odds, meaning reaching the playoff. This is giving a high weight and much weight to Georgia and Alabama, and to a degree Ohio State winning when they get to the playoff, versus these other teams. I'll give them a higher chance of getting to the playoff, but a low chance of winning 2 games.
So your argument is that Ohio State can kind of do like last year, where they kind of limp in but still put up a fight against the big dog?
I just think that I think college football playoff history has shown us there's an enormous gap between reaching the playoff and winning a national championship. Those next 2 games are monumental. They are.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Just look at every national champion and who they had to defeat in the playoffs. Oregon, Alabama, Michigan State, Clemson.
Yeah, you lose kind of with that one.
Oklahoma, Alabama, Clemson, Georgia. you know, Oklahoma. No, I'm sorry, Notre Dame, Alabama, Oklahoma, Clemson.
Cincinnati.
Just because through 2019, 2020, Notre Dame, Ohio State, 21, Cincinnati. No, I'm sorry. Georgia won the national championship in 20.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So Michigan, Bama. You know, that it's tougher to do that. And then last season would have been Ohio State, TCU. It's tougher to do that to a large degree than win your regular season games. You're playing technically you're playing two of the three best teams in the country, other than yourself. Now, realistically, you're playing two of the top 6 or 7. And you haven't done that generally the whole season.
Well, I think if you're a Big Ten East team, you have.
Yeah, except for none of those teams have won a national championship since Ohio State did in 2014.
Well, I mean, I would think that I would think
they're not.
I would think that whichever enter Big Ten team East team here beating enter other two Big Ten East teams here would be just as hard of a gauntlet as two playoff teams, especially given the ones that you've named.
Mike, I understand your point, but do you understand what I'm stating?
Yes.
Those teams haven't done that. Michigan hasn't done it. Ohio State hasn't done it. Whatever the 3 other times they've been in the playoff, whatever the number is. Yeah. So they haven't.
Well, they haven't doesn't mean they can't.
Well, my point is you're telling me that if you're a Big Ten Eastern Division team, that defeating the other 2 top teams in your division is just as difficult as winning 2 playoff games. And I'm telling you, then they haven't done it though. So it's not. The only team that's done it is Ohio State did it once against Alabama and Oregon. And they probably beat the 2 best teams in the country to do it. Yes. So the other 4 occasions, is that 4 occasions, Ohio State in 2016, 19, and 20, Michigan in 21, 20, 5 other occasions, plus Ohio State in 20, 6 other occasions, they couldn't do it. The same team that was able to beat the 2 other teams in the Big Ten East weren't able to win 2 playoff games. So it's not the same.
It wasn't because
difficult.
Yeah, I mean,
have I proven my point?
Well, I mean, just from the fact that one team, beating the other 2 teams is not a guarantee. I mean, it's still a difficult task. I mean,
I didn't say it wasn't a difficult task. I said it's not as tough as winning 2 college football playoff games.
Maybe not, but I don't think it's incredibly tougher.
I think it depends on the 2 playoff games. If one of them's Cincinnati, then that's skews it a little bit. But overall,
thank you.
It's still tougher.
Overall, Alabama, Clemson.
It's still tougher. You still have to beat Alabama or Georgia. Basically, what we're saying is you have to beat an SEC team or 2 SEC teams to win the national championship.
Well, okay, if you take Cincinnati out of it, okay. So you're saying that it would be harder to beat Alabama than it would to beat Penn State and Ohio State combined together?
It has been over the playoff era. But you're usually having to beat Alabama and then somebody else like Notre Dame or Clemson or somebody else, Oklahoma. Yes, Mike, I have just proven to you that there are 6 examples, 6 consecutive examples of the team that was the best team in the Big Ten Eastern Division was not able to defeat 2 teams, most of the time not even able to defeat 1 team like I'm talking about, as opposed to them always defeating the 2 other best teams in the Big Ten Eastern Division.
Okay, I will give you that. I admit, the SEC tends to have our number in moments like these.
But you know what? Nick says Michigan has a 60% chance. So
yeah, I don't know about that one.
Who knows? Who really knows? It's like
yeah, I'm not going there.
has anyone watched Whose Line Is It Anyway? Where everything's made up and the points don't matter. And there you go.
That's it.
Okay,
Mike,
well, thanks.
If John wants to continue the conversation, we'll leave it up to him. John is taking over at 8 o'clock Eastern time right here. So, John, thanks for showing up. And everyone, we will be back on our USC show later tonight at 11 Eastern and 8 Pacific. John, it's a good show. Mike, good to talk to you as well.
Good to talk to you too. And I'll go ahead and throw it to John. He can go ahead and do some talking. You ever go?
Sounds good. I'm just going to go ahead and talk some breaking news. So.
All right. Sounds good.
All right. So thanks for joining us. It is the Big Ten block, 8 p.m. Eastern block, the Ocho. My name is John Diadamo, and I'm going to be your host for the next 2 hours. I also host Michigan Wolverines Live every Wednesday at 5 o'clock. And without further ado, I want to get straight to our breaking news. We have breaking news right now. About 15 minutes ago, 4-star edge Elias Rudolph has just committed to Michigan. And let me just make a recommendation for those of you who are thinking about, making a commitment to a school. Consider getting a videographer, because when you use an iPhone to do this, and it keeps shifting from horizontal to vertical, not the best look. and I've noticed a lot of these recruitment videos are on iPhones, or there's a lot of background noise. So just consider, I've been in events almost 10 years. You got to consider all the optics and things like that. But huge get for Michigan, 4-star edge, and had to beat out. So the other 3 warm offers that were warm interest were Ohio State, Miami, and Pitt. He's the number 23 edge rusher in the country, 291 player overall from Deerfield Beach, Florida. And you can see here on the film just some of the impact that he's able to do. We've been showing a lot of film, but this one in particular, the visual impact here, this guy just brings it every single time. There's another one right there. This guy is going to be a major impact player for Michigan in 2024 and 2025. I would challenge anybody to watch this tape and say that he isn't going to be a problem for Ohio State and Penn State and others. Yeah, he's a very fast player, and even when you look at high school, keep in mind it's high school, but still, usually you've got some in the college who are college bound, and so just looking at this is pretty impressive stuff. This is major, just happened 15 minutes ago, and B-Bean, John, these are kids. I know, but it just bugs me. I'm in the events industry. I do this stuff all the time. And when I see iPhone videos, I'm just like, come on, guys, just get a camera. Just get a camera. They're not even that expensive. Just go to Best Buy, get one on Amazon, and get Mark's Amazon link. By the way, that's a good reminder to when you're doing your shopping on Amazon, definitely want to consider using Mark's Amazon link and get your shopping. I just got myself a card so I can record some Xbox 360 gameplay, maybe even for Voice of College Football. We'll see if it looks any good, but maybe we'll do a couple of games and we'll watch some NCAA football in the near future. We'll see if I can get it all working. But click that link and get Mark Rogers a couple of bucks for everything that he does. We do have a caller, so I'm going to bring on a friend of the show, Chris Foote. Are you with us?
Yes, sir.
Chris, it's great to hear from you. And it's been a lot of callers, and we've been handing off. So, what do you think about Michigan's latest commitment that they just got 10 minutes ago?
Well, in all honesty, I don't really follow it like you do, so I don't really have anything to really tell you other than I hope they got a good recruit. But I don't really follow recruiting at all, so I can't really say.
You're more of a historian.
No, well, I don't even know if I'm that. I I don't really keep up with it, I guess, to where I can really say much about it. So you're asking the wrong guy if you want something to say about it, because I don't really have anything to tell you.
That's fair. That's fair. What would you like to talk about, Chris?
Well, no, it's fine. If it's it speaks well of the program, though. If they're bringing in, I think, what is it? Success breeds success. So my guess would be, not knowing anything about it, is if they're able to bring in a top recruit, that speaks well of the program. That's about all I can really say about it. Which
well, thanks a lot, Chris. I appreciate the kind words, and if you have other things you want to talk about, let us know, and we're happy to come back to you when we'll have our panel in about an hour. So we'll have some.
So you're moving on already?
What's that?
You're going to move on already?
Yeah, I got a lot of topics.
Okay.
Unless there's something else you want to cover.
Well, yeah, Mark said something I don't really agree with. He just, I want to talk to him about it, but
okay.
He said that, well, it was in relation, I guess, to the way the season worked. And, obviously Texas Christian got beat real bad, but, it's hard to know for sure, I guess, what the circumstances were that they had to deal with at the time. And, I don't think it's really fair to say that they weren't, I guess, qualified. I don't know if that's what he's saying, but I think anytime you can get to the championship, I think that's a good thing. But,
I will say this about Texas Christian, TCU, they threw the kitchen sink out at Michigan. Okay. They capitalized on every mistake.
Sure.
They capitalized on every interception and ran them in for pick sixes.
Yeah.
They heard JJ and others say that they weren't physical enough, that they weren't tough enough, and TCU, to their credit, went in. Garrett Riley orchestrated an incredible offensive game plan, and made Michigan's defense look like chumps in some points of the game. I'm going to be honest. I don't think any Michigan player or coach came out of that with a great feeling. I think that there was a feeling of, we underestimated this team, and got to do better next year.
Well, like I said, what I know, Sonny Dykes, I think I'm not exactly sure what his forte is, except that I think he has his own strategy. I think I think part of why they brought him in was, I think he was a little bit more, I don't know what the word is, but Gary Patterson, I think maybe was a little, I want to say, I don't know this for a fact, but maybe a little bit more conservative in his approach to the game. I think it made a difference in terms of maybe having, instead of suffering a loss, because we know they had I don't know how many games it was, but there were games they could have lost if they ended up winning. I'm kind of thinking maybe that, and even against Michigan, you can maybe even say the same thing about that game. And I don't know if it hinges on one side of the offense or defense, but I think maybe having that, whatever you want to call it, that offense maybe that works a little bit differently, maybe work to TCU's advantage, is kind of what I'm thinking.
And everybody's saying, I'm giving excuses. I just said nice things about TCU. I don't know what you guys are. I just said Garrett Riley did a great game plan. They capitalized on every mistake. That's true. They did, and I think they let everything out on the field on that game. And then facing Georgia, I think TCU was just outmatched, and I really think they wanted to beat Michigan. I think that was their goal.
You know what? This is my opinion, and you don't have to share it if you don't want to. I think maybe TCU was surprised how successful they were against Michigan. I don't think they really. I think the strategy. I think what I know about TCU, which isn't a whole lot, was probably just to hang with Michigan. It's kind of what I'm thinking. And then when they found that they were ahead, then it was. I think they just kind of. I don't know for sure, but I'm kind of thinking, well, it's let's just see how we can take this, and if we can, close it out or whatever. And Michigan never quit, so there was no die in Michigan, but I don't know if it was a game that you can say that didn't really. I mean, Mark said it didn't really prove anything, but I think it proved that TCU can challenge, if nothing else, and if they want to rewrite history, well, they proved they weren't as deserving because they got beat so bad. But I don't know. Absolutely. I don't know if that's a fair. They got beat real bad, but they were also in the game, so I don't know what you can say about that.
Yeah. Hey, listen. All credit to TCU. They showed up on the field. And Michigan didn't to the same extent, and TCU won the game outright.
Well,
Stephen,
go ahead.
Stephen, I'm not saying they didn't want to beat Georgia, but I think that there was a different emphasis on beating. So, there were comments made. Stephen, did you notice that there were comments comments made before the game about that TCU didn't have physicality, that TCU wasn't as tough of a team as Michigan. There were comments made that shouldn't have been made. And Georgia, on the other hand, Kirby Smart learned from the best in the business, Nick Saban, coach speak, right? He's going to say nice things about TCU, nice things about the coaching staff, and so Georgia comes in with their immense amount of 5 stars, and they out talented TCU. TCU hung with them for a little while, but let's be honest, like it was just a demolishment, and I think it had a lot to do with it. They put everything out on the field for Michigan to win that game, and they did. So I think that there were a lot of factors there, Stephen, and I'm not saying they didn't want to beat Michigan or to beat Georgia. But anyway, so Chris, I do recommend you call. The next call-in show is actually, I believe, going to be Wednesday at 8 p.m. Eastern.
Oh,
so
okay.
That'll be Mark Rogers, voice of college football.
No, I understand.
Yep.
All right.
All right, man. Well, thanks for calling in.
Good night.
All right. Bye-bye. Okay, so back to Elias, and we'll wrap up on that. Yeah, I really, yeah, Jason. I mean, exactly. They were out of gas. They put it all against Michigan. They executed a pretty much near perfect game plan, and honestly, Georgia just had their number, out talented them, and we move on from there. So Elias Rudolph just committed to Michigan. In case you're just joining the show, my name's John Diadamo. I'm going to be hosting the next hour and a half. And if you'd like to call in, we're going to be doing our panel in a little while to talk about NIL. So our topic today is going to be NIL and its impact on college football. So I'm going to put the link right here. You can call the show and give your take. I'll probably let in 2 or 3 people. We're going to keep it to a small panel today because it gets a little crazy when we have like 7, 8 people on. But Elias Rudolph just committed to Michigan. And what you notice in the film, it's not just sometimes we watch film and there's maybe 1 or 2 impact plays. But in this film, this guy continues to lay the boom on these quarterbacks. He continues to just run past the line and take out the quarterback, and just clearly is a major impact player who's going to do great things for the University of Michigan. He's the number 23 edge rusher. Other offers include that were warm interest: Ohio State, Miami, and Pitt. So now we get to the one everybody probably wants to hear about, and this is the big news that we heard just last night, and I'm going to say, huh? And that huh was echoed by almost every media person who crystal balled this guy to Notre Dame and crystal balled this guy to Miami. It was a huh made by me, who covers this stuff. Justin Scott, 5-star defensive lineman. We thought it was going to be a battle between Michigan and Notre Dame. We had Notre Dame fans saying, it's no big deal that Michigan got Owen Wafel. It's no big deal that Michigan has gotten all these 4 stars on the defense because we're going to get Justin Scott. And then Ohio State came along and said, not so fast. So an interesting last-second pickup there. Jason, feel free to call back. Sorry, I was going to let you in, but feel free to call right back. So Justin Scott, there's a lot that we can kind of dissect here, and I'm going to show the film on him too, just to keep things fair and balanced. But this is a player, I think Ohio State has a pretty solid pickup here. I will say, though, that has it mattered? That's the question. Has it mattered? Ohio State has been recruiting 4 or 5 stars, including on the defense every single year. In the last 2 years, Michigan has still beaten them on the field. On the line right now is our good friend, Michigan Wolverine, Jason Moose, calling in. Jason, guess not. So anyway, It's interesting because he's undoubtedly one of the best players in this class. From Illinois, 14 overall, third defensive lineman in the country, and first in the state of Illinois. What are you saying whoa about? I don't know. All right. Hey, Jason. Are you on with us? Can't hear you. All right. So just, yeah, I couldn't hear you. So a couple of things that I noticed about, put in the private chat, test your audio in the settings and see if your mic and everything's good. So this player, 14th overall, third defensive lineman in the country, first. And here's what he said about Coach Larry Johnson. Coach Larry Johnson is the best to do it at the defensive line position, and cited his resume as why he kind of swerved and I think surprised most of the college football media by going with Ohio State. And I don't fully disagree that was a reason, right? If him and his family were sold on Michigan until the Ohio State visit, and then, he had this meeting with Larry Johnson and decided to come to Ohio State. But I also think that there were some other factors, and we don't have much proof of the NIL stuff, right? Except for Texas A&M being caught on film talking to recruits. That these are the people. See these people on the wall. These are the ones who are going to be giving you your money. And if you don't believe me, you can YouTube Texas A&M recruiting, and you can see what I'm talking about. I can't completely discount the possibility that finances were involved here, and that would be a couple of different factors. I'm not saying a bag was thrown. I'm saying they get a sheet, and Dunkin' Donuts is going to commit $250,000. Goodyear Tires is going to commit $150,000. And here's your total package, and here's the amount of the NIL. That is the approach that we're hearing is happening. And the question is, are they offering it all up front, or are they offering it? They're kind of alluding to it, as Mark Rogers was saying, and then they're going to offer it later. We'll try, Jason, we want to try one more time. Let's see. Looks like you're muted. Okay. So anyway, let's see. We got private chat. No, nobody. I haven't muted you. Nope. Just unmute yourself, Jason. All right. Are you there? Can't hear you. But you were not muted on here. So I don't know. We're going to go to Mike, Michigan Wolverine. Mike Fort is back.
Hey, I'm back. Hey, I'm back.
You had to comment on Justin Scott, I'm guessing.
Yeah, this guy's the real deal. I'm hyped up about Ruda, but I kind of figured he was pretty much in the bag. I mean, if he'd have went somewhere else, like the U or something, I'd have been really shocked. But
oh yeah, Elias Rudolph, yeah.
Yeah, but
yeah, this guy's legit.
Yeah, and he looks good, but I mean, Justin Scott, he's great, and it scares me that he's going to be on the same line as that I hate pronouncing these Samoans' names. Tui Mawaloa.
Yeah, I'm not. I can't pronounce. Which one are we doing? I'll have to. Alex, you can call in too. I put the link for anybody. Mike is the one who just happens to have clicked the link and called in. But we take any Big Ten caller.
Yeah, everybody join in. He shares a podcast with Buckeye Mike. So, besides We can't dodge Ohio State guys here. There's too many of them, like locusts.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's going to be a really interesting show this season. So I'll be talking with Buckeye Mike every week on 30-Minute War, and we're going to be tackling our team's game basically, and then I imagine the November 25th episode or that will be very
very heated.
yeah. But I think it's going to be an interesting. We don't see a lot of Ohio State Michigan podcasts and shows, so I think that one should be pretty cool. And the first video I think was his most popular on his channel, or one of his most popular on the channel.
Yeah, and I like it. I mean, like I know Mark's had some panels where there's Michigan guys and Ohio State guys at the same time. He doesn't do panels nearly enough, in my opinion. But when he's had the panels with Michigan and Ohio State guys together, those are always fun.
Yeah. Colors just changed here.
What color?
Looks like we got some green going on. Well, we're gonna.
Oh yeah, I see that.
Yeah, we're not gonna do green because that's Michigan.
That's Michigan State.
Yeah, we're not. Yeah, let's see if we can get. I'm okay with this one because this is Voice of College Football colors. Anyway, we are welcoming everybody, including Buckeyes, Penn State, Indiana, Illinois. I don't care. Here is the link.
Get some Rutgers guys in here.
Absolutely, and we got Tim Prengley in the house. Hey, that's Tim Prengley. How you doing, buddy? Oh, you're mute. Hold on, let me unmute.
He's muted.
Oh, never. Oh, their mic isn't connected. Oh, okay. Sorry, I should have waited a second before putting him on. So once you're ready, just give me a ping and I'll put you on, or just put yourself on.
Yeah, but with Jim Knowles is going to have some raw talent to work with. He's got Tui Malaloa and Justin Scott. There's some pieces on this Ohio State team that's going to be really scary next season. I mean, I'm wondering how their secondary is going to hold up, but I thought their pass rush looks like it has the ability to really scare the daylights out of me.
Absolutely. Hey, Tim. Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries. Am I muted?
There he is. No, I hear you.
I hear you.
Okay. Yeah, no. So I was. You pulled me right in. I came straight in. You threw me into the fire. I'm like, hey.
Yeah.
You guys talk about Jim Knowles and that vaunted Buckeye defense.
They're up for it.
I'm more curious about you guys. I'm not here to talk about Wolverines defense. Sell me on the defense. What's different this year?
On Michigan's defense?
Yeah, who'd you lose? Anyone?
Mozzie Smith. That was the big one.
Yeah, you say Mozzie Smith is the main one. Upshaw's gone, isn't he?
But your front seven solid still, right?
Seattle took Mike Morris.
Yeah, Morris is gone.
But 81% returning production, and a lot of that's on the defense too. So you still have people like Junior Colson, Michael Barrett, who nobody gets super jazzed about, but they're always on the top of the stat sheet in terms of tackles, in terms of sacks.
Our secondary is mostly intact.
Will Johnson is a cornerback. I think he's going to be probably top 3 in the country in cornerbacks.
Yep.
And that second position, they got the we got the transfer guy, the cornerback transfer player that I think might take CB2 at least in the beginning. So the bottom line is, Minner runs the defense more as a cohesive unit than Mike McDonald, kind of focused on Hutch and Ojabo, it's kind of like those star impact players. So it's a bit of a different approach, but still that multiple D, that Ravens style, multiple defensive schemes. So I think it's still going to be top 5, 10 in the country.
Yeah, the question is, can we get a good pass rush going this coming year?
Right.
But I mean, our secondary is going to be there.
Mm-hmm.
And then the question is, we lost so much of our offensive line. Can the people coming in, I think our offensive line is because if you know me for talking about, I'm hugely bullish on Ben Herbert. So, the question is, can he get these guys built up, brought up?
I forgot about Sandra still.
Oh yeah,
about Sanders still, who made like the major play in the Ohio State game. Can't believe I forgot. I should have mentioned him first. Major game-defining play in the Ohio State game, knocking the ball out of Cade Stover's hands perfectly.
Yep.
In that game.
For some reason, I thought that he was on his last year of eligibility.
He's pretty much everybody came back except for those few that we listed. So yeah, bottom line, Tim, I'm feeling pretty bullish on the defense. Should be a solid unit yet again.
And our wide receivers are better. Darius Clemens is going to get some more playing time, I'm sure. And he's a stud.
And of course, we've got Buckeyes disagreeing in the chat here.
Well, yeah, I would expect that.
Well, I mean, they got to hope that Jim Knowles does something in year 2. And technically, most defenses will improve from year 1 to year 2. Like I think I talked about this earlier. The fact that your first year you're basically definitely installing, and then later in the year you can start working some things in. But then this whole offseason, most of their starters, most of the returning players for the Buckeyes are going to come back, and they know their base defense. They know all the nuances. Well, not just know it, but I mean know and have experience. Because a lot of things people don't realize is you have a play set up, but depending on what the offense does, there's different responsibilities. And those are the things that get screwed up. And that's why you see wide open wide receivers running down the field, or it's a busted gap and the guy runs for 80 yards. That's usually when that stuff happens. This year, they should have all that stuff down. And now they're going to be able to add things into the defense that's going to make it a little harder and a little less predictable. So I'm hoping that the Buckeyes do so because, they gave a lot of points and yards to teams with an offense with a pulse last year, is all I'm going to say. And by the way, Buckeyes, before we start talking trash about USC, both can be true, though. Okay?
Yeah.
Both can be. Let's be logical when we talk here. I'm not defending USC's defense last year. We are talking about Ohio State's defense and the fact that they did tend to give up a lot of yards and a lot of points to teams out there that has, a decent to good offense. And I do think that they're going to make a big leap this year.
Well, and I also don't think that this year we can expect Donovan to bust off a 75 and an 85-yard rush. I mean, I think that was just lightning in a bottle.
Yeah, and really quickly, Alex, I never look at a spring game to see how well a team's going to play. I look at how athletic your incoming freshman might be, but beyond that, the spring game tells you nothing. Both sides on offense and defense, you're playing so vanilla, it doesn't really matter. You're pretty much running straight into the line, so it's not going to show us anything, really, to be honest.
Yeah, I'll say this about Knowles and the defense. I think that they'll probably have a top 5 or 10 defensive line in the country. I think that they're in that position. JTT and some of who they have on the defensive line, they're probably top 5 or 10 in the country in that position group. But when it comes to secondary, we saw it against Michigan, right, and others, and part of that was scheme. No doubt that part of that was scheme decision and deciding to bring 9 into the box, and so you're leaving your corners, you're leaving your guys with very little help, and it made Cornelius Johnson look like Odell Beckham Jr. and he's not. Let's just be honest.
No.
They're front 7 with Eichenberg, right?
Yeah.
JTT.
Well, I actually thought that Cornelius Johnson was our best receiver last year. The only problem is that he kind of crapped the bed at times when he was depended on. Now, if you had just seen, the Ohio State game in a bubble and not seen what he had done at other games, you'd think, he was great. But he'd made a lot of drops, made a lot of poor route runs during the season that made him look worse. But as far as like raw talent, he was probably the best we had. And this includes Andrell Anthony. I think he was a better receiver than Andrell Anthony as far as tangibles. But he hadn't played the best. The Ohio State game was when everything just kind of fell together for him.
Yeah, we're having some color scheme. I don't know what's going on with it just turned green on me. So I was trying to mess around with it, and we'll see how that goes the rest of the episode. But yeah, we're not gonna be doing green today. Yeah, Scarlet Red. Well, remember that it's that's a lot closer to Voice of College Football color scheme. So we'll just keep it that way. But if you guys want, I'll put on the maize and blue. I'm happy to do that.
Yeah, I'm for that.
Happy to put on the Michigan colors. All right. So the big topic, a couple of things I wanted to keep covering today. So obviously, yeah, we're having some pretty big recruiting news and things happening on the recruiting front. So if I go back to my banners here. So the kind of logical extension of the Justin Scott news. So Justin Scott, 5-star defensive lineman, just committed to Ohio State last night. Big pickup for them, no doubt about that, no question. He joins Aaron Noland and a couple others as the 5-star commitments. I believe they have the most of anybody, including Georgia, in terms of 5 stars. But will it matter? And this is the thing. The last 2 years, Ohio State has had plenty of 5 stars, right? They have had no shortage of talent. Out of the Big Ten, I'd say they get the best talent of anybody in the current Big Ten, Tim. I said current Big Ten, not counting USC and UCLA. But yet, against Michigan was able to up-coach their talent. So they take their 3 and 4 stars and have them play like their 4 and 5 stars, in my view. And so will it matter versus that game? Or is it more, let's just look towards the playoffs?
Well, I mean, if you just look at Ohio State versus Michigan, I can tell you watching what Jim Harbaugh did at Stanford, he designed a certain offense that's atypical. And so what happened for USC is they went to smaller, faster, like linebackers, so they could go against the spread and the blur that was being run by Chip Kelly at Oregon. And so when you go to that kind of a shift and you don't keep it balanced, that became the issue where you had someone like Jim come in and play power football. And I think that you guys the last couple of years have been able to run it right at them. And where they have 5-star uber athletes, they'll translate very well, hopefully, to the NFL. The issue is can those bodies match up with a system that is designed to go up against athletic, faster players by being bigger and stronger and wearing you down for first half or 3 quarters, and then that's when the floodgates open. I'm pretty sure that's what we've seen the last couple. Correct me if I'm wrong. Ohio State fans, correct me if I'm wrong. But that looks like what I've watched, just being the casual observer, watching your 2 programs from a distance.
Well, I'm on record now, and I've said this: if Knowles doesn't abandon the 3-3-5 and start doing something that's more front heavy, he's not going to have any success at Ohio State, and he's going to get exposed. That 3-3-5 is not going to work in the Big Ten, in the Big 12, the Pac, possibly the SEC. In the Big Ten, that just will not fly.
Well, with the 3-3-5, it depends. It depends on what that outside, that rush end, that rush backer, right? Because really, it's not technically 3 linemen, right? I mean, you usually have a rush end, and the reason is for more pass happy. But you might want to look at, though, one thing is look at how the offenses in the Big Ten might be changing.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, he's right. It's a 4-2-5, not a 3-3-5. But he does play some form of a nickel.
Okay,
yeah, it's a 4-2-5.
You're going to need to go to a nickel because you have the offenses are changing, Mike. I'm not talking. Right?
Yes.
You do need to run some kind of a base nickel now because it's just the passing game and the receivers and the athletes you have now in football. You need that extra. You need that extra that nickel back. You just do. Otherwise, Otherwise, you have a linebacker out in space covering someone they have no business covering.
Well, I mean, correct? That's fine though, but you can't run a 3-3-5 or a 4-2-5, whichever one, and then switch up to man. That's a death sentence. You're just begging to be exposed. You do that crap.
Yeah,
I mean,
you only get exposed if you don't have the athletes to do it.
They didn't. In the secondary, they obviously did not have the athletes.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah,
their front,
and even
their front,
when
yeah.
Joel Klatt is on the broadcast mentioning they might want to switch up their man coverage, then you might have a problem. He doesn't normally make that type of commentary. He comments on the general things happening in the game. Knowles might want to change the amount of man he's doing. I'm paraphrasing a little. That's pretty much what he said in that game. So.
Well, when you pack the box that hard, when you try to stop the run and you bring all your guys into the box, if somebody is not gap sound, if somebody gets out and there's no one behind them to stop it, that's when you see those breakaway runs.
Well, we saw that twice with Donovan Edwards. He broke through the original line. There was no second level.
Right, and they kind of had to, right? If you can't stop the other team's rush game with your standard defense, you have to do something, right? You have to adapt to it. But the worry you have is you might be able to stop them maybe for a couple series, right? But eventually, someone's going to miss an assignment or someone's going to make a great block, right? Or whatever. And if there's no one, that's why it's called a safety. If there's no one behind them, then it's off to the races. If you got someone with Edwards' speed, you're not going to catch them from behind it, and that's what's going to happen. But it's not like, that they had to go to that level because they couldn't stop your guys' base run attack with their base defense.
Well, but is that an excuse for you to put up a goal line defense on the 25-yard line?
If you can't stop the other team and they're going to matriculate their way down the field, 5-6 yards a carry, you have to do something.
Well, then you might as well just walk off the field and call it a game then, because if you're at that level, that's a level of desperation that you're not going to win with. I think that was the reason why you had all these Michigan players going, pointing to the stands, going, "Look, they gave up." Sanford's still going. They're done. They've walked off the field. Their heads are not in it, because it seems like that's a give up. If you're going to what's basically a goal line defense on the 15, 25-yard line, you've given up.
It's why we see upsets in sports, not necessarily because you could have. If you look at the whole scheme of college football, there's certain teams that we go, okay, these are top 10 teams. But those top 10 teams, if they come up against a team where their weakness is that other team's strength, then that's when you see, I don't mean fluky upsets where you have, I don't know, a guy fumbling the ball and a kickoff out of bounds and then the 60-yard play touchdown, the 2-point blah, blah. I don't mean that kind of stuff. I mean where actually the team that's considered to be less talent takes it to you. It's because they do something a lot better that's your weak. Think of Mike Tyson, Buster Douglas kind of stuff. Do you know what I mean? You don't have to be the better fighter, but if there's something that's a weakness in your opponent, and it's your strength, then that's when the big upsets happen.
Well, in the case of last year, I would argue that Ohio State's secondary was the weakness of their defense, not their rush defense. I mean, I said the entire year that Ohio State's defense was suspect as a whole, but I was basically trying to point out that their secondary is not living up to expectations. But Michigan was never going to torch them for 300, 350 yards. McCarthy's not going to do that. We're not built like that offensively. So it wasn't so much a strength versus weakness there. Their ability to stop the run was not great, but it was still there. So this was more of they weren't able to handle a balanced breakfast on offense.
How's it going, guys?
Am I not paying attention? It just seems like you guys have an unbalanced line usually. You guys go big a lot, and I didn't see that they had the ability with their personnel to stop that. Am I wrong in saying that?
No, I'd agree with that.
Real quick,
so
we got Nick here, who usually is chatting and sending the funny super chats in, and he is now calling in. I believe this is the first time you've called in.
Yeah, to this specifically. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yep. Yeah. 60%, huh?
That
Nice,
was a big one.
Well, what was that?
Your super chat saying Michigan has a 60% chance of winning the Natty.
Mostly. I'll be honest. I was mostly just trying to. I wanted to see what kind of response Mark would get of that. I think Michigan has a better than 1% chance, but
yes.
I don't know. Didn't Mark say
10%.
10%.
Like
Ohio
that.
State 15. Yeah. I think that's fair. I did hear you guys say TCU has more talent, but if you go back and you watch that game, there was a lot of fluky stuff that happened. Like JJ threw 2 pick sixes. I think Duggan threw a couple interceptions, but they didn't go back to the house for a pick 6. And then there was that fumble when that Roman Wilson touchdown got overturned.
Yep. We remember that one. And then you see the image of it. And I just saw it on Twitter, the image where they froze and they had him with the ball and he was clearly in the end zone.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one was a bit questionable.
Yeah. Well, anyway, so what's kind of the general topic? Did you say NIL?
Well, yeah. I wanted to kind of go to our main topic, which is the NIL approaches in the college football landscape. And so, just to set the scene here, with Justin Scott and some of the other recent pickups, like Florida getting these 5-star pickups all of a sudden, there's been some things thrown around of like they got the bag and this person got the bag and that person got the bag. And I think just grounding it in an academic conversation a little more, hey, let's look at 2 approaches that we know are happening, right? Texas A&M has been on video. There is a video of this, of one of the recruiters saying, okay, look at the people on this wall. Okay, these are the people who are going to be paying you, basically. So there are upfront conversations happening with money and especially sponsorship and endorsement. So the way I kind of see it working is you've got a sheet and it's got Dunkin' Donuts is going to give you a $50,000 endorsement. Nike's going to give you this much to endorse the products and services, right? Versus Michigan's approach has been more get on the field, perform, and then we'll set you up with a base stipend with Empower. Now it's going to be a base stipend, and then if you do well, we're going to set you up with donors and businesses and things like that to be successful. So what's kind of your take? And we'll start with Nick, since you're calling us for the first time. What's kind of your take on NIL and what you're seeing?
Oh, first of all, I still think, obviously it's pretty new, right? So we point back to that Texas A&M class, but I still think we're in the amateur phase where I think up front, I don't know if it's pay for play, but just I think it's going to take a few more years before kids start to see, okay, I might get 6 figures up front from Miami or Florida or wherever these other schools, but it's going to take a little bit of time for people to see which schools are developing players into NFL draft picks who make millions. And I think that will become more clear. So I still think kids now are being more heavily influenced by the upfront money than they're going to be in the future. But yeah, I haven't heard a ton about what did you say it's called? Empower? What Michigan's doing now?
Yeah, Empower is the recent NIL initiative that was announced a few weeks ago, where the goal is for football, and it's a football initiative too. And so all the players will receive a base stipend. We don't know the amount yet, but a base stipend, and then their goal is to make it easier to connect the players to businesses and donors. So the idea is like a Blake Corum, if he continues to crush it, he's going to have easier access to be able to call the phone, like Dunkin' Donuts, and call him up using this Empower system to just more easily get him those endorsements, and especially players maybe who aren't already plugged in as Blake Corum is, maybe players coming in and it's their first year. They can, if they crush it like Will Johnson did his first year, then they can get set up as well. So that's kind of the idea: stipend and then plus.
I think there's going to be some guys that Michigan might be able to get, who those guys might be more interested for money up front. I don't think Michigan's going to do that.
Yeah.
I don't exactly know why they wouldn't. I mean, if they chose to, they definitely have the alum to throw some cash at these guys. But Yeah, I don't know. I think we're still going to see some more Texas A&Ms. I don't know who they're going to be. I don't know if it's going to be the Floridas of the world.
Could be Florida.
I could see it being
Oregon.
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 Yeah, I don't know about what you guys think of Mario Cristobal. I was just kind of curious his coaching track record, and I looked it up, and it seems to be kind of mediocre.
It is.
So maybe Miami could be that team that, I don't know, goes 6-6 this year or something like that, and a couple guys hit the transfer portal. But you're always going to have some of that. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. It seems like Michigan has been kind of slow to come to the NIL front. Where do you think that's coming from? I think it's Ward Manuel.
Yeah.
But, it's obviously Ward Manuel.
Absolutely.
And to be honest, I would like. I'm not trying to be out here just to say anybody's fired, but like the guy kind of.
I've already said it, Nick. I said it on Michigan Wolverines Live multiple times that I think in the next few months he's probably out, because when the president of the university is negotiating the contract directly with the football coach, that's probably an issue.
Do you guys think the only reason he's keeping his job is because the president's too new, where he doesn't feel like he has the authority to get rid of him?
Yes.
Because
I think that's about 90% of it. And the other thing is that Michigan doesn't tend to change their ADs. I mean, I was calling for Dave Brandon's head for so long that I got hoarse screaming at him, because I think Dave Brandon was a cancer to us, well, and he was an AD long after he should have been fired, in my opinion. Ward Manuel is already on borrowed time as well, but we just don't want to seem to pull the gun on that.
Well, I think part of the tough thing, didn't Michigan win like 13 Big Ten championships this last year across all their sports?
Yeah, and if you ask most Michigan fans, they'll trade all these rowing and lacrosse and whatever disc volleyball, rugby crap for a national championship in football or basketball.
Yeah, I'm okay with him being fired, by the way, because there's also been a lot of nonsense that has happened under him too. I think, what was it, something happened with the baseball coach. The hockey program had some issues. That coach ran out of there because of, I don't know, COVID violations. There's been some other things that have just been weird. And the other thing too that I don't understand is Ward Manuel, like, what does he even do? Like, he rarely comes out and speaks. It's like once a year, like Groundhog's Day. Like, he's going to come out and, kind of shake hands and kiss babies for 2 seconds, but then he's going to go crawl back into his hole again and just do nothing.
Well, I think he knows that he's going to get put on point. He's going to get put on point, and he can't answer the questions.
Yeah.
Then he shouldn't be the...
We're back to square one. We're at the point we've been making.
Right. And I was when the news about Hawaii taking the place of UCLA in the non-con, I was saying even then that I wanted Ward Manuel to get fired, because honestly, like, it made Michigan a laughingstock for 2 years, and we the Exhibit A, the chat, bringing up every chance they get the non-con, and I think playing one semi-decent opponent, it helps. Iron sharpens iron. You
can I
play
just
one
address that real
decent play. Yeah,
the non-con thing has been such a popular thing over the last couple years, and Michigan, if you actually go look at the history, they usually play some strong teams in the non-conference. These last 2 years were an anomaly. Yes. UCLA was supposed to be the team, and I find it hilarious that it's like, okay, so Michigan had Washington scheduled in 2021. Nobody saw them losing to an FCS school in week 1, and the big name didn't matter. People didn't care. They said, well, Washington, who cares? We're not going to give you credit for scheduling a big boy what we thought was going to be a big boy in Washington. Your schedule still sucks. So now people are going to flip it that Michigan isn't playing anybody. But go look at the new, isn't it starting in 2024? Doesn't Michigan have a home and home with Texas?
Texas
in 2024.
And Oklahoma following that.
25, 26, and then Texas again in away in 27.
And we've played Notre Dame out of conference in previous years. We've played a bunch of teams. It's not the norm. So I don't resonate with a 2-year blip. I'm sure that's happened to
and
program.
And it's going to be like that.
Sour grapes.
And if Venables can't get that OU program up, when we beat them, they're going to trash on that and say, "Oh, you beat Oklahoma, they're nothing now."
Yeah,
it's just the nature of the beast.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. A couple guys, I heard you guys talking about the defense earlier. I don't know, did you guys bring up Ernest Hausman? He's a big-time transfer they brought in. Linebacker from Nebraska.
Yep, Ernest Hausman. Yep.
Sounds like he was kind of the reason why Nikhai Hill-Green left. They're bringing in Josiah Stewart, highly rated transfer edge prospect. Looked good in the spring. I know it's a spring game, but whatever. Who else? I really think. Sorry, what?
I'm trying to think of the Stanford guy.
Oh, the center.
That's the center, Nugent.
Great,
Nugent. Yeah.
And then they brought in
the lineman from Arizona State.
Yeah, Ladarius Henderson, and then Chris Hinton's brother. What's his name? Another Hinton kid. He's a lineman.
Yeah, the O line is going to be completely revamped, but I think it's going to look good.
Yeah, the only question I think is cornerback opposite of Will Johnson. I mean, they brought in that kid Josh Wallace, but it kind of seems like it's more about the experience. I don't know, talent wise.
Don't forget about McBurrows.
Yeah, Jade McBurrows.
Eventually, Marion Walker might I mean, what I think we hope happens is that Walker overtakes them by the Ohio State game.
I think Jair Hill has got a chance to
I agree
get
with that
really
one.
playing time. I think he's the most talented out of that group.
I'd agree with that.
They have another guy in there too. I'm trying to think.
Well, we forgot Sanders still. We mentioned that earlier.
Yeah, they have Sanders still. He played nickel, I think, and
yep.
So they're going to be, and then on the line you got Mason Graham, you got Chris Jenkins, who I've been hearing is like 310 pounds. He's another 3-star that they developed. So they seem to do well with those guys. Mason Graham wasn't a highly rated recruit. He was a big time.
I mean, I think there are concerns about the interior of the line.
You think so with Chris Jenkins and Mason Graham? Those guys look like they're going to be beasts. And Rayshon Benny as well.
I think there's potential, but I think time will tell. But I'm just not sure that we can get that interior rush.
Mozzie Smith is well. First of all, I think it's just in general more difficult for guys to get consistent pressure on the interior. Like,
it's easier on the edges. Yeah.
It's easier on the edges. And a lot of those guys on the edges are just when they get the experience and you get them in the right situation, the defense gets lined up, a 3rd and long, and they just let their, pin their ears back. Those guys are just specialists and they can go nuts. But it's going to be difficult to replace Mozzie Smith. I mean, he was a first rounder. So, and you have Kenneth Grant as well. So there's a lot of talent there, for sure. I think the only question really in the defense is that cornerback spot, opposite of Will, and of course injuries. I don't know if you guys heard last year. Part of the problem with Michigan's defense, their coverage against TCU, those guys were all banged up last year. Will Johnson was hurt.
Yep.
Nobody really talked about that. Everybody was shocked after hearing what Donovan Edwards did in the Ohio State game. That he had a partially
fractured
quad. He had a bad quad, was it?
Yeah. So, but I'm sure you guys mentioned it. That was a shock about that Justin Scott kid. That was
I thought it was a shock. It wasn't. I didn't think that he was going to come to us. It's just that Chicago is usually Notre Dame's playground. I thought he was a pretty solid for Notre Dame.
He kind of came out of nowhere. I feel like there was just a very short window where, like, after the fact, people said, "Oh, he's into Michigan," and it kind of sounded like his parents was more into Michigan. than he was.
Yeah, the parents were very into Michigan. They were very big on that visit. I believe he took it on the 9th. Very big on Michigan. And then when he took the Ohio State visit, I believe that was the 23rd. He met with Larry Johnson. And according to him, Larry Johnson put together a plan, showed it to him and his family. And that plan, along with the resume that he has, was what swayed him over to Ohio State.
I don't know if that makes sense though, because what is this Larry Johnson's track record? I don't know. Has he put? I would assume. Well, Chase Young wasn't he more of an edge?
I would say Ohio State always has a awesome line defensive lineman going in high in the draft.
Yeah, not as many as Michigan, but
they get 5 stars. But it doesn't seem like those guys live up. That JT Tuimoloau kid. He's coming into his junior year. He could take a leap forward, but he didn't do much last year.
JTT's probably going to be a top 10 draft pick coming.
Well, he might be, but I'm just saying so far. Wasn't he the 2nd ranked player in his class? I mean, I don't think he's lived up to that.
I don't know the exact position. He was high, though.
Zach Harrison was another 5-star. Like, they've had – the point is they've had 5-star. Mark even said it. They've been tripping over themselves with 5 stars on the defensive line, and it hasn't stopped them from, what we've seen the last 2 years. So why – although this Justin Scott kid, I was looking at a little bit of tape of him, and he looks like he could be –
oh, yeah.
I mean, he's a big boy. He's a big boy.
Like, he's going to be a problem.
We were playing some tape on here. He's going to be an issue.
Yeah. So, but I mean, the other thing I want to put the thing that I heard with Bryce West saying one of the reasons he committed or whatever was Ohio State is DBU.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, has he watched the last 2 years?
Like I said, this isn't from recent work.
I don't get it, and it like. I don't know. I don't want to hate on the kid or anything, but I mean, talk about having your head in the sand a little bit. That's not exactly what's up.
Yeah, well,
the Buckeyes are pushing back about Larry Johnson. I believe he's been around like about 10 years in the position, so he's got a lot of experience in the position.
He was there for the Bosa brothers, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
he was there with Chase Young. I think there was another couple of guys. I'm drawing a blank. There's been some guys, but again, all those guys were extremely highly rated. So was it him, like specifically? Like those guys were all 5 stars. Like what's the 3-star or the lower 4-star that he's put in the NFL? That's what I want to know.
Right.
That's a good argument.
I'm sure somebody will chime in with the answer, but
I could be wrong. But I'm just saying,
Somebody will chime in with the answer, but yeah, I mean, it seems to be more the 5-star and high 4-star players. So I do have some other topics, and I was going to do these, but kind of we kind of just jumped right in with the big news about the Elias Rudolph and the commitment. So what do you, Nick? I'm curious as to your take on Elias Rudolph. I showed about a couple minutes of film on him. He seems to be, just from the film that we watched, he was just getting at the quarterback. He's fast. He's getting at the quarterback on almost every play that we watched on film. He looks underrated as the 23rd edge rusher.
Yep.
He's light.
Yep, he is.
205, but I think I haven't watched much on him, but from what you were showing, it looks like he has a really good motor. He finishes plays. He snuffs out the ball really quickly, kind of a ball hawk. But yeah, I mean, he looks like he has a lot of potential, but there's a lot of guys in the class that I think have high upside.
He can shoot the gap really well.
Yeah. You also got that is it Baxter? The Baxter kid who is in the class. I think that's his name.
Devin Baxter.
Devin Baxter. Yeah. And then, there's another guy. Well, there's 2 twins. I know one of them is more of an interior lineman. Jacob Smith and Gerard Smith, I think, are the 2 twins. Whichever one of the twins is an edge they haven't got yet, but it's looking like they're going to get him. And then there's another guy. as well. I think they were only going to expand the class to. I think they're only taking 4 edges in this class, but they're all high upside guys. So, and with the way that they develop, I mean, I'm not worried about it. I don't know if any of them are going to be first rounders, but
well, it's too early to figure that one out.
yeah, but I mean, I think they're going to be impactful. I don't know. Do you guys have any other thoughts on Rudolph? I just haven't watched much of him, so.
But I'm with you there. He's probably going to have to put on about 10, maybe 15 pounds.
Yeah. 205 is a little light. But being in Florida, I'm very impressed by his amount of offers. If you look at his offer list, I mean, we're talking about Miami, Pittsburgh, Ohio State, 24 in total, and some really legit schools in here, right? And so, I would argue that Georgia might know a thing or two about defense. I would think Penn State might know a thing or two about defense. So you got some, Clemson. Although it looks like they didn't offer him, but
that's the other
still.
one I was thinking of that hurt. Darian Mayo going to Clemson. That was the guy.
Yeah,
that was tough because he's probably going to end up being a 5-star by the time it's all said and done. That was a good get for them. But I'm trying to look up
show tape on Cole
Sullivan. You mean Cole Sullivan? Probably.
I think that's the linebacker.
I think he's a linebacker.
Yep.
They seem to have him compared a little bit to like a Chase Winovich type, from what I've said. I haven't watched him. I'd be careful making that comparison. That seems like a bit of a stretch.
I don't know much about him.
Let's see. Huddle. We gonna do this, Jason? We gonna do this? We'll do this. Let's check it out.
Cole John.
Right. This is Cole Sullivan.
Okay.
I like when they highlight the people like that. It's pretty great. Yeah. Oh, look at boom! Look at that. Not bad at all.
I like that move. I like that move more than the first one.
You said a Chase Winovich type?
That's what I heard. I wouldn't go that far.
No.
Type, not he's exactly like him.
I mean, but it's so the thing with Michigan is like if you look like they bring in so many of these 3-stars and they get them with Ben Herbert and their body just completely changes. When they brought in Chris Jenkins, he was a 3-star, and early on, even some of the coaches were saying there's no way this guy is going to be heavy enough to play on the interior defensive line. And now look at him; he's 310 pounds. So
he can shed a tackler pretty well. We'll give him that. I mean, his open field tackling is definitely there.
Yeah, this
do you have his
solid?
Do you have his offer list?
Absolutely. Let's see here. Let's get rid of.
That's a nice
that. So it looks like we've got. I can get there. Showing a lot of things at once here. Okay, so 16 offers. Michigan. Let's look at the full list here.
Woo.
Okay, we got Boston College, Cincinnati, Duke, a lot of Iowa State. Okay, who cares? Miami,
taking
Michigan
shots at
State,
the Cyclones, man. Come on, no, I'm just
Michigan State, Notre Dame, Penn State. Stanford has a couple of impact players. Hey, how about Wisconsin? I think they know a thing or two about defense.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, I see 3 or 4 potential good spot. I mean, you listed a lot of crumb bums in there, but nothing against Duke and Boston College and everything.
Yeah, I was kind of skipping through the Dukes in there to get to some of the trying to speed through those.
Careful,
man.
By the way, don't piss off Blue Devil fans in the chat.
Hey,
This ain't basketball season.
Hey, I saw a Rice fan the other day in the chat talking about their JT Daniels, because JT Daniels is now playing at Rice.
But it is like 5th school or something like that.
Yeah, 5th school, and he is very excited as a Rice fan about JT Daniels. So
I'm sure he is. I'm sure he is.
We strongly recommend that we get you guys in the chat who are like, oh, it's all Michigan. I've put the link in the chat a bunch of times, and I'm about to start talking about some other schools.
I thought I heard you guys talking about a Buckeye fan who wanted to call in. Is he still in there? Might hop on board.
Yeah, you got
refute what we're saying about
Steven,
your 5
call in.
stars.
So yeah, we're going to talk about some other schools actually, because Penn State has made some news. So they got DeAndre Cook, a defensive lineman. They currently have the number 7 class in the entire country. So Franklin is yet again putting together a class. No one's ever dinged Franklin as a recruiter. I think that when there's dings against Franklin, it's about his in-game decisions and maybe some of the plays. But as a recruiter, I mean, he usually punches out top 5, top 10 classes. So with this committee, they have the number 7 in the country.
Yeah, I think they seem a little bit light on the interior, their defensive line.
That's because the Trojans are taking all their linemen from Pennsylvania.
Yeah, the only thing though, I mean, I'm sure some of those guys are really good athletes, but against like Michigan's offensive line, you just cannot. You cannot roll out 270-pound DLs. You can't do it. So
yeah, you guys just got David Poly, right?
Yeah, that's a huge. I didn't know anything about him, to be honest with you. But dude, that dude's a monster.
Yeah, he is. Sorry, not to interrupt, but interesting thing. It sounded like he was leaning towards Michigan. I was really excited about him, and then it kind of seemed like this whole Justin Scott thing on his visit went a lot better than they expected. So they kind of, and obviously I did not like it's a consolation prize for USC because he's a stud, but I guess Michigan tried to focus more on Justin Scott, and now you lost both guys. So, yeah.
Well, the story, it was a bit unfair for Michigan because apparently, so you guys know he's from Alaska, and he only got to, and of course all Alaskans love USC. No, I'm not saying that. So he was from Alaska, so he's not from Penn State. He's not from the Big Ten footprint as a little kid, but he got there at age 8. And he grew up when he was a kid. He was a big USC fan, so USC had a little bit of an advantage there. And I know Mike's an alumnus, and both of you guys are. I don't know if all 3 of you are alumni, but he did kind of say like, I could do everything at USC on the field that I can do at Michigan. You don't have to agree with that or not, but that's fairly it could possibly happen that way. But he was also looking at the connections that and so whatever it was, I know Michigan has an alumni network. But someone at someone over there in Ann Arbor didn't sell that hard enough, because the one thing he said is I like the fact that I'll be able to the connections after school that I'm going to have.
Well, I just always assumed that, by default, if they're a Polynesian player, they're going somewhere in the pack. I guess I'm just old school thinking. I think that Tui Mo'alau, he's kind of the odd man out, and Manti Te'o. Usually my brain kind of wraps around it if they're a Samoan, somewhere in the Polynesian. They're going to USC, they're going to Washington, they're going to Arizona,
big time Utah. Which is not Pac-12, but it's that same region. No, yeah, there's definitely a huge Polynesian community up in the Pacific Northwest. Well, I mean, the USC guys that we've gotten, they're from like Oregon. Like Troy Polamalu was from the Pacific Northwest, and then you had oh my God, how am I blanking out his name? The guy on the 49ers right now. Someone's gonna kill me. Trojan's gonna kill me, but yeah, he was from the Pacific Northwest as well. That's a good point. Now, who's the biggest Polynesian player you've had at Michigan? I mean, at this point, we could. I mean, it's been 1,000 years, but USC. What they do is they show a picture of Junior Seau on the wall, and then Troy Polamalu. It's not just we have Polynesian players. Like they have like Hall of Fame Polynesian players, and that does help with aunts and uncles, but not with these kids these days. I mean, kids weren't even alive when Troy Polamalu was playing football at USC. You know what I mean? So it's really just more grandparents and uncles.
Yeah, but you can see him on shampoo commercials still.
No, it's a question. I'm a serious question. Were there any big name Polynesian players to come through Michigan?
I can't think of any because, like I said, I just assume they all go somewhere in the pack. I mean, usually when one of them breaks tradition and goes somewhere in the Midwest, like a Manti Te'o or a Tuimulau, that's an outlier.
That's a good point.
Etta played in the Polynesian Bowl. So he's with Michigan.
Yeah, and
he's a defensive lineman.
How about Buckeyes out there? Do you guys have Buckeyes? Besides JTT, do you guys have any feature any prominent Polynesian players? Or any Big Ten team out there? You guys, is this true? It's just really a West Coast.
Well,
West.
We had. Don't you guys have our maybe not player? Well, what about Chuck Filiaga? Was he?
Oh,
he was but he was on the offensive line. He wasn't on defense, but there was a couple guys I think. But doesn't USC's defensive line coach? He was our defensive line coach.
Yeah, Sean Nua.
Yeah. Which you would think he was a good coach, but I don't remember. I don't know. I don't remember for sure, but yeah, you guys got a really good. I thought he was in the bag. But
well, so the story is Josh Rader, who's one of the guys that works for the On3 network for USC, and he's pretty tapped in. He flat out said he was all Michigan 8 days ago, so that would have been. So more like 10 days ago, he was all Michigan, and something changed.
Which is interesting because that kind of seems like a miscommunication that they had. If you have a guy that you like a lot, who may be a little bit lower rated, like of a recruit, Michigan still has a tendency to just take the guy who commits first, even if they have a shot with a higher. It just happened with the running backs, Taylor Tatum. Like they found Micah Kapana, who they just liked more.
Mm-hmm. I think as fans, I'm going to jump in here. I think as fans, we like to make narratives that may or may not really actually be there. I mean, unless you guys got people on the coaching staff or you heard that from them. I mean, I'm sure he's a great back, but you're talking about the number one rated running back in the country, and you're saying that Michigan passed on Tatum.
No. Okay. I'm not saying Michigan passed on Tatum. I think that Tatum took his USC visit, and from the reports, it sounded like he was blown away. And Michigan, I think, would have taken him, but I think they also had found Micah Kapana. This isn't even my words. This is
from what I understand, insider, Tim.
Josh Henry.
So Tim, what I understand is that it was kind of even in evaluation. So they evaluated Tatum, they evaluated Micah Kapana, and they felt like they were pretty close in terms of abilities.
And you had one guy that was on board and one guy that was on the fence. No, I get that. Believe me, I'm not a star chaser either. I think that it's good to gauge and give you an idea of, right? But the difference to me, so you have those classes like the Alabama classes, you had that crazy class from A&M, and then you have those Georgia classes, which are just ridiculous above everybody. But in general, if you're somewhere between 3 and 8, I don't care what the numbers say. All those players you probably have on your team all had multiple offers from top Division, 1, Power 5 schools. I look at the offers they're getting way more than what some guy during the Spandex Olympics told me that he played, but he's a great 7-on-7. He's tearing up the 7-on-7 circuit. That doesn't translate right over to football.
Well, there's a lot of guys that's going to have blanket invites from everybody.
But the other thing is some of these 3-stars, I mean, there's so many of them, they just don't get evaluated as much. A lot of guys from Idaho, you look at Colston Loveland right now at Michigan. He's from Idaho. Yeah. Gatlin Bear wasn't on people's radar until he went to a few camps, and now he's probably going to end up being a 5-star. Micah Kapana was from Nevada. I mean, not a lot of high-rated guys come out of there. So, but all I was saying was I just found it interesting, the dynamic between Taylor Tatum and Micah Kapana. It seemed like Mike Hart it's better to get Micah Kapana than nothing. So how does that happen? But then it seems like you just lost, what's his name, Pale Pale?
Poly.
It seemed like if they just would have stuck with him, okay, who cares? All right, this 5-star Justin Scott, all of a sudden he's interested. Well, he's gone back and forth. He was a Notre Dame commit, then he was into Miami. Now he's so that like he's sways often, depending on visits and everything. You're taking a risk with that, and now you don't end up with either guy. So I don't know, it's a little frustrating. But.
Yeah, rounding out the panel here. So everybody's been asking for Buckeye. Well,
yes.
David Greenshield has answered the call.
All right.
Yes,
for Buckeye representation.
I'm happy to oblige. Gosh,
talk
about enemy territory here. I'm in here with the Team Up North fan base and the USC fan base. It's like Ohio State having to face the late games every year, which was usually the Team Up North and USC. But
quit that!
I digress. Thank you for the music. Thank you for the music. Music to Mike Fort's ears, I can tell.
Well, I didn't get to hear it very often last season.
That last 2 years, you have not heard it as often. That's for sure. I got to give you that.
Your buddies, you got your fan base in here saying David, so they're very happy.
You're their champion. You're their champion.
Yes, I'm trying to recruit more Ohio State fans so that we can get back that moniker of the largest fan base here on Mark Rogers TV. So actively recruiting. And that's actually what I've come to talk about today. I know that you guys have had an interesting discussion about that so far. I just was wondering, what is your guys' overall thoughts, particularly now that I'm talking to some fans of the Team Up North, about Jim Harbaugh getting back into the state of Ohio and why he may not have done that earlier in his tenure up there, especially considering Brady Hoke did, a little bit in his early years, had some success, in state.
Well, I mean, Michigan's always had a long history. And like I said, our last two Heisman winners came from Ohio.
Right.
It could just be it was ingrained that Ohio was enemy territory. You just don't go there.
It's also easier to come into the state after a couple of victories, right? Like the message Jim Harbaugh's. Bryce West said it himself. He said Jim Harbaugh told him the best players in Ohio come to Michigan. Well, you can't say that, obviously, as a coach if you're not beating them. So,
yeah. Yeah, I had, what's interesting is that 16 team that you guys talk about that Harbaugh had, that, obviously that game is a lot of those players that Hoke had on that team. I think a few of those guys were Ohio guys. And most of those were Hoke's recruits, I believe, that 16 team, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'd like it if they did some more recruiting. I can't remember which number it was. Remember that team, the game that the Ohio guys played the Pennsylvania guys? Is it 33 or?
Yeah, I think that's the big 33 game, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it's
that needs to be. Yeah, that needs to be scouted a little bit more often because there's all sorts of talent that just spills out from that game.
Yeah. Well, I will say this, and I've talked to Mark about this a little bit. I know that the Ohio recruiting base isn't quite as fertile as it was, let's say, in the maybe in the 90s, or for that matter in the early 2000s. Although I think that there are some pockets of the state that have picked up over the years. The one good thing that seems to be coming back in the state is the Cleveland-Glenville pipeline seems to be getting a lot stronger and back to maybe where it was, early 2000s when, Ohio State was recruiting, that school very, very strongly. But, I think that's boding well. But, I mean, I think to a certain extent, I think you still have to nationalize your recruiting to a great extent to be successul.
Mm-hmm. They do.
Yeah.
Well, we've been
Josh Pate was. Do you guys watch the Josh Pate? I think it was a week or two ago, and he was talking about Michigan going down to Atlanta or Alabama for the satellite camp, and tossing the ball around shirtless.
Can I just say this? He literally said, Jim Harbaugh shirtless running around with high schoolers was "quote unquote" beautiful. He said,
"Oh God, that's hard to listen to." It reminds me of the Quinn Nordine recruitment.
Immediately, I thought, I'm a Michigan fan, but I don't know if I'd go that far.
Yeah, I don't want to hear this.
So
he's big on the South, Josh Pate. So.
No, well, the one thing that I was going to say is, even if you have a strong recruiting base, and I think me and Tim have talked about this, which, California is still an extremely strong recruiting base, that you still have to nationalize to a certain extent. I've said Nick Saban's probably one of the top 5 or 6 states to recruit high school talent, but he still nationalizes his recruiting. I mean, a lot of his best players are outside of the state of Alabama. So.
Oh yeah, almost all of them are.
Michigan's has been forced to be pretty national in previous years because Michigan's just not normally.
Michigan's always been national.
Yeah, they just haven't produced the level of talent. I mean, they're starting to change a little bit, especially with the quarterbacks, Dante Moore, Brett Underwood, the CJ Carr.
Well, it looks like Harbaugh is trying to kind of use the IMG Academy to try and muscle his way into the Florida market. Because there's a lot of untapped resources in Florida now, thanks to IMG.
They like to go. Michigan likes to go to DC, especially through John Brown.
Yeah, that's where a strong area.
And he's started going up in the Jersey area. He's recruited a lot of guys for coaching positions from the Jersey area.
I'm pretty sure that's where he got like his Josh Uches, Kwity Pace,
Devin Bush, Rashawn Gary. You got to keep going.
He likes to go to Illinois. They pulled some guys out of Florida, some guys out of California. Who was the first round? I can't believe I forgot his name. Who was the first round safety in 2021? The 5-star.
Is that Dax Hill?
Yeah,
Daxton Hill.
Wasn't he from Oklahoma? I think he was from Oklahoma.
Yeah, he was from Oklahoma. Yeah.
Well, currently Jim Harbaugh has as many guys from North Carolina as he does from Michigan in the 2024 class, and he's actually got more guys from Ohio. 4 guys from Ohio in this cycle, 3 from Michigan and North Carolina.
Well, Michigan doesn't really have a ton of D1 talent. I mean, there's some like Cass Tech is a big D1 pipeline, but other than that, I mean, there's the occasional, but Michigan is not considered fertile ground for high school talent.
No.
Yeah, I was going to mention what's interesting about that 2016 game is we had a running back from up north there, and you guys had an Ohio running back in Smith, who was an Ohio running back that year because Weber, you know what I mean, was out of that. I believe was out of Cass Tech, which I always found that to be interesting.
Mike Weber and Davion Smith.
Yeah,
that's just how it is. I remember when our basketball team was playing for our national championship, we had Trey Burke, came from Columbus.
Yeah.
Came right from your backyard.
It's a rich history. Michigan's not Michigan today without Ohio. Wasn't Jim Harbaugh born in Ohio? Bo Schembechler coached at a school in Ohio.
Wait, wasn't Desmond Howard? Where's Desmond Howard from?
He's from Ohio. And
Charles Woodson.
Charles Woodson's from Ohio. Yeah,
you get guys from Ohio. Like that's part of the Michigan program for sure.
So as much as I love talking about Michigan, and you guys know I love talking about Michigan, but I do recommend everybody watch Michigan Wolverines live Wednesdays at 5. There's been some requests to talk Nebraska, and sometimes we do have John Johnston from Coronation who comes on.
He's awesome.
Who's awesome every time he calls in. But if you look at Nebraska and you look at their recruiting that they've done under Matt Rule, they had 6 recruits. Matt Rule comes in and literally just the other day gets Carter Nelson, 4-star, net .95, one of literally 6th in his position. Goes and gets Mario Buford, another 4-star cornerback. At every phase of the ball, wide receiver, this guy, Ja'Cory Barney Jr., just the other day, 4-star athlete. They get a quarterback, and then it just continues. And so there's a few from like February. But if you notice, the general gist of this is this guy has come in, gets fired from the Panthers. He could have taken a year off with his however many gazillions of dollars he got as a signing bonus. But he goes and he puts together one heck of a recruiting class, given that there were 6 recruits in this class before he got here.
You know what, John?
Well-
I have to say this. You know, when Scott Frost was up there, Scott Frost was not exactly recruiting poorly. You know, I think he had, what do you have, a few like top 15 classes?
Was he that high?
I thought he was
I could
at
see a
least
few.
inside the top 20 or maybe even in the top 15. Certainly at a level that he should have been winning more ball games with,
Yes.
with where he was at. Especially on that side of the division, that side of the Big Ten too.
Well, the thing is that you need to start look at where some of these guys are from. Just start looking at them.
Yeah.
Nebraska,
Oh,
keep
snap.
going.
No, there's a nice run of Texas guys. I was gonna bring that point up. There's a nice run of Texas guys. I think that Matt Rule. So where Nebraska kind of lost their way is when they moved to the Big Ten. They lost that connection, that pipeline in Texas. I think a guy from Baylor is going to have those high school connections. Yep. I'm hoping that they can get those connections going because it all starts at that high school level.
Yep.
And he could parlay that connection he had down at Baylor into bringing some of those big linemen like they used to get from Nebraska, from Texas. That's going to be their key to being successful.
Yep.
Florida is also clearly a pipeline as well.
Well, everybody pulls
back in the day,
Everybody pulls from Florida.
True.
Yeah, Florida and Texas are the two states that you're going to try to always pull from, I would think. They were rumored to get Raiola before, he committed.
Yeah, and I thought losing out on Dylan Raiola kind of hurt them.
Well, could have been big, yeah.
But
I found the Georgia commit for him to be interesting, though. By the way, I'm nothing against Georgia, but they've, obviously, it's kind of had an interesting run with top-notch quarterbacks because remember they had Justin Fields, and Kirby decided to start Jake Fromm over him.
You can only have so many quarterbacks. Georgia's always going to have guys transferring out because, you got 5-star guys sitting the bench in the quarterback room for Georgia. Well, Justin Fields, he ended up going to the enemy.
Yeah. Well, that's what I said. Is it's interesting because they had Jake Fromm back that year, who had almost won the national title the year before, and then they started him the next couple years, and Fields.
Well, and that was kind of a hard one because Jake Fromm was better than Jacob Eason. I don't know how Eason was starting over him.
Hey, look at Purdue. How about Purdue? 18 hard commits for 2024. You got safety, 4-star safety, Coy Beasley out of Ohio. Mm-hmm. Look at this, and most of these are recent commits in the last month. So so Purdue is ranked 19 overall. Ryan Walters and Nate Dennison are clearly putting in some work here.
Did you guys always believe that Brom was going to leave that job sooner rather than later?
Yes.
I always wondered if it was just going to be a matter of time before he left Purdue.
His name was too hot.
Yeah.
And I think Purdue winning the West and going to the Big Ten championship pretty much set in stone.
Yeah, I always was wondering if he was waiting for that next kind of big step. If he was not going to be at Purdue long term.
Well, Purdue is often a stepping stone for other coaches.
Yeah.
I actually was very surprised when he turned down Louisville the last time because, he had an opportunity to go to Louisville before and decided to stay at Purdue for a little more money. But I think he wanted to build that as high as he could. And I think he finally realized after, he had like his best guys and that probably his best quarterback he's had. Mm-hmm. And they to their credit, they held tough for 2.5 quarters. It was going back and forth, and Michigan and Purdue were going at it. But I think you kind of saw the ceiling of Purdue and how high they could go. But they're doing okay here in recruiting.
It didn't shock me they didn't go to Louisville. It's basically the equivalent of a junior that has like a third round draft grade going back because he thinks he can be top 15 next year. He still had places to climb in the Purdue program.
Not to throw a lot of shade at Louisville, but my point is, you're leading the Big Ten for Louisville, and I don't. You said he hit the ceiling at Purdue. What is it the ceiling at Louisville? It's going to be.
We'll find
I don't
out.
know.
That's kind of like that's kind of an indictment somewhere, because at best I would say that's a lateral move.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
At
his
best?
alma mater.
Well,
It's an alma mater move. He's a native son over there. And there's an argument to be made. Now that divisions are going away in the Big Ten, and there was talk about that even when he was considering going. He's would have to have he won't have the Big Ten West path anymore. Mm-hmm. He'd probably have to play a Michigan, a USC, a UCLA. It's not as easy of a path anymore.
And you can ask Satterfield if Louisville's a dead end.
Yeah. Well, some of these coaches take interesting paths. I mean, I know a lot of Ohio State fans will talk about, we lost Jeff Hafley as our defensive coordinator after only 1 year, and he took the Boston College job, which I always wondered, Boston College is a nice job, but it's just that. It's a nice job. I mean, there's a ceiling there,
Well, but head coaching money is a lot more than DC, even top defensive coordinator money. So that's a part of it.
I don't think Don Brown took that much of a pay cut coming here. I mean, I'd have to check the numbers, but I don't think he took that much of a pay cut.
By the way, shout out to the Big Ten West. If they lose the Big Ten championship game this year, what will it be, 8-0? East versus West? Something like that?
More than that.
Is it more than?
10, sounds
10?
Low, yeah.
10-0? What was it, 2014?
John, I saw some of your picks. Did you pick Iowa to win that side of the division and your prediction?
I did 11-1 prediction.
Wow.
Yeah. We gave him some crap
drinking the Cade McNamara Kool-Aid there, or you just thought the Cade McNamara to Eric All connection is going to be lighting up scoreboards this year? Is that what you're going with?
Oh my God, here it comes.
Well, you've got to begin. So you've got to begin the framework with Iowa's defense and Phil Parker and the job that he's done. And I don't think anybody can deny that they have a top 5 to 10 statistical defense year in and year out. Their quarterback play was abysmal.
Yes.
But now they bring in a quarterback that has already been coached. He doesn't need coaching from Brian Ferentz. And Brian Ferentz, if he knows what's good for him, can sit on the bench and just let Cade run Michigan offense concepts in their base formations, in the Iowa's base formations, and just go for it. But yeah, I think I was on I don't know if you saw Hawkeye the Storm. I was on that with the great Corey Beretta Thursday night, and we went through this in detail. But you look at not just Eric All, but Luke Lachey on the other side.
Yeah.
You look at your guy Caleb Brown. Brian Hartline knows a thing or two about coaching wide receivers.
Yep.
So he's been coached by probably one of the best wide receiver coaches in the game. Then you've got Caleb Johnson, who probably will be a top 10 running back.
He was recruited by Michigan. So
Caleb Johnson?
Yeah, he's got to be good, right?
I mean, as a running back, yeah.
You know what? The interesting thing for Iowa, I always wonder too, is how's their offensive line?
That's the reason why I had them going 8-4, because I think the Cade McNamara argument is chicken and egg, because Petrus was not going to be considered a top 50 quarterback, but was his woes because of a terrible offensive line, or is he just that bad?
Yeah.
Yeah, the O-line is the biggest question. I'm going to give you that. The O-line is the biggest question, but that's why they also brought in. So they obviously have Mason Richmond, Connor Colby, and Logan Jones, but they're also bringing in transfers. And granted, they're Division II, they're Miami of Ohio. Let's not misunderstand. Sometimes you transfer people in because they want a better opportunity. Right?
You're right.
Like Olu wanted a better opportunity. He came to Michigan and won the Remington and now's in the NFL, right?
He won the Remington at Virginia, so we can't make that argument.
Oh, he won it in Virginia? Okay. Well,
yeah.
But he was regarded as like the number 1 center when he came to Michigan.
Yeah. I mean, he couldn't improve his status any.
But John, wasn't one of the reasons you predicted 11-1 largely their schedule? I don't remember what their schedule was, but they.
Yep. How did I not say that first, David?
Yeah, but you also did the
mention?
Hail Mary of them winning in Happy Valley, which kind of puts a lot of people looking at you going, "What?"
Yeah, and then you saw the simulation where that exact thing happened.
Yeah, but that simulation last year had us losing to Ohio State 42-16. So I just like to throw that out right now.
So think about this in terms of schedule. They don't have to play Ohio State. They don't have to play Michigan. Their toughest games are Penn State and Wisconsin. And you could make an argument for 4-8 Iowa State because guess what? It's still a rivalry game. Michigan's had years where Michigan State's been crap, and it still is like a 7-point game. So I would argue that those three could be pretty tough.
Yeah, and that was my argument. It's like, they got to go to Happy Valley. I mean, I don't know where you get that, but I think most other people are going to say that's a loss. They play Wisconsin. That's in Camp Randall, I'm pretty sure. That seems like a loss. They lost last year to a terrible Iowa State in Iowa City. So, I mean, what makes you think that they're going to win in Ames?
You guys think Iowa versus Wisconsin is a loss?
This time? See, they have a real quarterback. They had basically a JUCO terrible quarterback last time.
Wait, you guys think Iowa versus Wisconsin is an automatic loss?
That's my loss. So I have 11-1, and I have them losing to Wisconsin.
See, I think Fickle can. I think they can be solid this year. I'm wondering what that offense is going to look like in year one, because what's interesting about that program is the playbook from Barry Alvarez was just passed on generation to generation to generation at Wisconsin. I mean, it seems like they've been running the same offense since Barry Alvarez was there. So I just wonder how much Luke is going to switch things up and they're going to throw the football around.
I don't think much.
I don't know. Did you watch their spring game? They threw it a ton. They were subbing in quarterbacks. They were they were going full bore throwing it. It looked like to me. It just looked like their wide receivers were having a really tough time gaining any separation.
Well, and the reason why Wisconsin's been having some struggles lately is every time I turned on a Wisconsin game, that Graham Mertz guy was throwing it to the wrong jerseys. Yeah, and I think Fickle is going to kind of clamp down on that.
And he was a high recruit quarterback. Remember the love that he was getting coming out of high school.
Isn't he at Florida now?
Yeah, he transferred. I don't know where he's at now.
I don't know where he is, but he's gone.
But I don't know about the fit, though. You brought up Barry Alvarez and Luke Fickle. I think Luke Fickle is a good coach, but I don't know. It smells a little bit of, I think I commented on this earlier, maybe in another show, but you got a little bit of potential Rich Rod, Michigan kind of going on here.
I wouldn't make that connection.
No, I mean, hold on a minute. Listen, what he did at Cincinnati, what he did at Cincinnati with the recruit, talk about recruiting pools, talk about cachet. He was able to do that. That was he got some good players, but a lot of that was coaching. Yeah. Fickle is a coach. He's legit. He's not a coordinator. He's a legit head coach.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The thing that I would add.
So wait, you don't think Rich Rod was a legit head coach?
No.
I think he's probably
at West Virginia.
Head coach,
he was for West Virginia, but he wasn't able to bring all of his defensive staff to Michigan. Also, he was kind of not set up greatly for success because of how the Lloyd Carr thing was handled. And then let's put in a spread offense, and you don't have the guys to run a spread offense yet. So then that's when 3-9 happens.
Yeah, I give you that.
Wait, who's Luke Fickle's OC? Isn't he a pass happy guy?
Phil Longo.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
if they don't have the wide receivers to gain separation in that offense, do you think they'll be? I mean, because maybe I'm off on the spring game. It literally looked like wasn't there like 1 million interceptions thrown in that? And I know it's just the spring game, but I don't think that's a good sign if your wide receivers can't gain separation at all.
I just want to add this about Fickle. I think it also makes sense that he knows the Big Ten and he's familiar with the footprint of the conference. Yes. And I think he's going to be able to kind of recruit the players that can succeed in the Big Ten, having coached in the conference. Yeah. I think Rich Rod was it was like throwing him into a different world coming,
Yes.
you know, from the Big East into the
Yeah.
Big Ten. And as the guy's mentioning, he was running a spread offense pretty much, which was successful at West Virginia when he had Pat White and Steve Slayton and those guys. But, you know, and
Well,
you know what,
one
to be
more
fair,
thing.
he got to year number 3 and he did have some offensive success with Denard Robinson. But
David, one thing.
sure.
But it wasn't like he was just a failure at Michigan. He also was a failure in the Pac-12 with Arizona. I mean,
That's
it's
true.
not so who is he? Is he the guy with Pat White and going crazy in West Virginia with all these studs?
Yeah.
Or is he the guy when he went to Michigan and Arizona and failed miserably at both locations?
I think he's a guy that wins when he's a big fish in a small pond.
Right. And there's a
Yeah.
lot to be
Okay.
said about that. That's a good point.
So I think Luke Fickell's a good head coach. I just think the only question is just fit. But I guess it kind of sounds like what you guys are saying is that the fit mattered much more with Michigan because there was a lot more questions around Rich. And it was a bigger gap. Like it was a bigger transition. It looks like Luke Fickell's a bit more consistent. And if there are questions, it sounds like you guys think Luke Fickell will figure that out much faster than Rich Rod did at Michigan. Am I getting that right?
Yeah, the scheme is a complete 180. Where I mean I know they've got Longo, but I don't think Wisconsin is going to completely flip into being Texas Tech 2.0. I think there's going to be Fickell's going to kind of rein it in. I think it's going to be a lot more balanced than a normal Fickell team would be, but I don't think it's going to be too heavy either way.
And the other thing too, I think he has a huge advantage is obviously he seems like a pretty smart coach, smart guy, accomplished a lot. His running backs, Braylon Allen and Chez Malusi, those guys are legit. So if for some reason something fails with the passing game, they can always rely on their running back tandem to just carry the load. So.
Guys, you want to comp, real quick comp. I wouldn't comp him to Rich Rod. You know why I'd comp him to, Team Up North fans? More Mark D'Antonio. I think he's got Mark D'Antonio type vibes because he's familiar with the area. I think he can get into Ohio, recruit some Ohio 3-stars. What did D'Antonio do up at Sparty? That's what he did.
We're laughing at D'Antonio now. There were times where D'Antonio was doing just fine in the Big Ten.
Well, they hit the 4-8 skit. But D'Antonio, I give him he was one of those guys. He can make lemonade out of lemons. I mean, he took guys that were cast-offs that couldn't cut it at Michigan, you know, and he basically created some massive teams off of. Honestly, I'm not even sure there were a lot of 4-stars. He did a lot of 3-stars and maybe even 2-stars.
Do you guys think Luke Fickell and what's his face down at Nebraska, Matt Rule, are they going to kind of be attached at the hip now moving forward just because of the time they both came into the league or the conference?
I don't know about Rule because I don't know how long Rule's going to be there.
Yeah, I still have to wait and see from Rule. My confidence level is just a little bit higher. Although I'm not arguing that Rule hasn't had success, but maybe it's more Nebraska that I'm doubting than anything else. I don't know.
I think the concern is going to be that Rule's going to catch fire too quickly, and that he's going to be going as fast as he.
Normally his first year turning around a program's like terrible, isn't it?
Well, yeah, but I mean, look what he did to Temple. Look what he did to Baylor. I mean, he took over. You know, both those Temple and Baylor. They were terrible. You can't do it in 1 year. I mean, even Scott Frost took 2 years to go from 0-12 to 12.
No. You could remember the thing when you move up from so you go from your coach level of coaching or even different leagues, right? When you go to a higher level, look who he's going to be recruiting against. Mm-hmm. You know, there's one thing to sell a program. If you are a Temple, when you're going up against your competition is going to be. But if you're in the Big Ten and you're trying to go up against, you know, Ohio State, Michigan, and it's now soon to be UCLA, USC, Penn State, you know, there's plenty of fish, you know, in the sea. But the problem is going to be is what is he going to be able to bring in at Nebraska? And by the way, I do think he will do well in Texas. And there's enough in Texas to do well.
Nick, one second. I do want to bring in somebody who has a couple of thoughts about Nebraska, I'm sure. Erica Goldberg is in the house.
Hi. Hello.
Hi, Erica.
Hello. Hey.
How's it going?
Good. Thanks for all your super chats. Pointing out we beat Penn State with Petrus, or as you call him, P-Trash. and Wisconsin. So that's, to your point, David, about, or was it Mike? I forget, about Cade and what he can do. Well, this is what happened with a far weaker quarterback.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm not saying it's a definite thing that we beat either of them, but I think it's not in the realm of impossibility either. Like
it was also at Kinnick, I have to point out.
That's true, but I think we've beaten them at their house before too.
Oh, I'm sure you have.
Sure. So, I mean, it wouldn't be, unprecedented.
Darrell pointing out, I don't see Nebraska doing any better than 8-4. Which, by the way, would be having parades in Nebraska.
I was gonna say 8-4 this year. Oh yeah, Rule gets an extension.
We'll get like a Mel Tucker style extension where maybe he doesn't deserve it.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody gets a Mel Tucker.
They better parachute it in a Kenneth Walker Jr. that can just carry him for a season.
I thought it was a good point that Tim brought up about the recruiting in Nebraska, which leads into, can Matt Rule sustain it? But all I was trying to say is just he is the type of coach who has a history of the first year being disastrous and the second year is like a 180 flip. So like if Nebraska has a 2-win season, I would be hesitant to just completely sell on Nebraska because he does have a history of turning around a program very, very quickly after having a very bad year.
Well, any program that fires a coach after 1 year deserves what they get.
They gave Frost, because he was the native son. Obviously, the team up north fans know this better than anybody. They gave him a long rope, and they gave him as long a rope as they could. And I knew that Northwestern game to start the season was the end for poor Scott Frost. By the way, I could just see it. Wasn't
that in Ireland?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like you say, I mentioned that Northwestern didn't win a single game in the United States.
So Michael Hassman mentions this is the best roster that he has walked into yet. So I guess he's saying that the Temple roster and the Baylor roster that he inherited are not as good as what he's got. And look at all the like we just pointed out, all the recruiting he's been doing in Texas and Florida, in addition to Nebraska. So it may turn around a little faster.
Oh yeah.
The transfer portal makes a big difference too.
Yeah.
So.
Yep.
A lot's also going to be in what is the NIL situation there? What kind of alignment do they have within the program? How much of a commitment do
they've got money.
They do.
Their alumni base, they've got money.
From what I've heard, it kind of seems like they're ready to rock. Like they're going all in. So
the turnaround is going to be incredibly fast because you have a proven coach that can win. He'll be able to sell stuff. It's not like he's going there empty-handed, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to have to win in that first year. You just have to do it. But he should be able to get. He should be able to get enough quality wins. All he has to do is show, even if you don't win like 9-10 games, you just have to show your play on the field has to be a dramatic change from before. And if he can do that, which I do believe he's going to do, then look at that first full recruiting class, that second year. That's where you so look at that recruiting class. If it's solid, then they're back. If not, it's probably gonna be more of the same.
Well, and it'll be pretty clear early on, right? Like just the quality of coach. How many one possession games did Scott Frost lose? Like it was over.
A lot.
Are we going back to the best 3-9 team ever debate here?
No. I'm just saying, like when it's when Scott Frost was exposed like that, just the quality of coaching decisions and pressure moments, I think it'll be pretty clear early on whether Matt Rule's the right guy or not. So
I put a lot of that. I used to put a lot of that on Adrian Martinez, who I always thought was a turnover machine in like key moments of big ball games for them.
Yeah.
And then he always seemed to find a way to make a big mistake or a bad throw or throw something into coverage. And because a lot of Frost was tied to Martinez pretty much for 4 years there, 3 or 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
If there wasn't one Martinez, there was another Martinez.
And then isn't that an indictment if he can't get a quality quarterback? I mean, the guy that's Scott Frost, who's a quarterback, who's an offensive coach, if you can't get a good quarterback, that's an indictment. Boom.
That's right.
That's true.
Well, his first thing to do is fix the defense. The offense, is kind of a we'll get to that when we can. Nebraska needs to stop giving up 30, 35 points a game.
Yeah.
Well, but then the offense has to move the ball, get first downs, and keep them off the field. I mean, they goes back and forth. If you have a solid offense, then they probably won't give up that many points a game.
Mike, wasn't their defense in 21? I thought was decent. Did it go downhill in 22? I thought statistically they were. They were
22
pretty
was terrible.
Okay.
In 21,
I
didn't they?
remember.
What was I forget? In 21, didn't that defense? It was a one-possession game against Ohio State's offense, right?
It was a one-possession game against us, I believe.
Michigan.
Yeah.
But
I
then
mean, that was a tough one.
Then the last year, they went down to. Actually, no, I think Oklahoma came to Lincoln, didn't they? Just blew the doors off them.
Oh yeah, it was nasty.
And they just, they started giving up points all over the place. And that was when Frost was pretty much his pink slip was written.
I thought it was
and then not only that, but then looking at what happened to Oklahoma after that.
Yeah, Oklahoma turned out to not be that creative.
Like, I mean, there's
team.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
I think didn't Texas blank them in the Red River game?
So I'm curious though. Do you guys think it's more likely that Matt Rule and Luke Fickell both pan out to be successes, or that they both turn out to, I wouldn't say frauds, but just fail?
I think the odds are.
I don't know about frauds.
I think the odds of them both succeeding is much higher than them both failing.
Okay.
Agreed.
I would tend to agree, but I'm leaning more Fickell than Rule, just because of maybe of where Wisconsin's been as a program. I just think the only thing I would say is I think Nebraska, I'd have to say, is a little bit longer term rebuild.
Yeah,
is my thing.
Fickell has a quicker turnaround than Rule does.
I don't know, because it seems like Fickell's trying to totally redo Wisconsin's offense, and that's not going to happen.
I'm telling you, they're not going to turn into Texas Tech 2.0 just because Longo's there.
Well, yeah, but that would be because of Luke Fickell being a good head coach, and he's competent, and he has legit running backs that he can lean on. But if that passing game doesn't work out pretty quick with what he's trying to bring in, that OC is going to be gone.
That's going to be a problem.
But I mean, all you have to do is just get a guy that's going to limit turnovers, which I know Mordecai's.
But you
he's
also
had some
need
trouble
wide
doing
receivers
that.
who can get separation. That's the key to that offense.
Wisconsin tends to rely on tight ends more than wide receivers.
Yeah.
And that was something I was actually going to say, too, about, is Iowa going to beat Wisconsin or not? If Mordecai plays like he did in the spring game, which I'm not saying the spring game's everything. I know it's not. But if he plays like that against Iowa, I mean, it's going to turn into that Maryland-Iowa game that was a few years ago where we beat them by, 40 points?
Okay, yeah. If Mordecai has a crap game, then, Iowa beats him. I think that's kind of a given.
Yeah, he needs to stop being an equal opportunity thrower.
I mean, Cooper DeJohn will, just massacre him by himself.
You guys, I'll tell you what, Fickell's a defensive head coach.
Yes.
And a lot of times when you have defensive head coaches and you bring in the wide open passing attack offensive coordinator, it does work. Think like a Nick Saban bring in a Kiffin to open up their offense. Think of a USC with Carroll bringing in oh my God, I just blanked out his name. Holy smokes. His first coordinator, Carroll's first coordinator was
Norm Chow.
Norm Chow, right?
Oh, Norm Chow.
You bring in someone that's going to open things up with a defensive coordinator who's because you think about it, these guys are hardcore defensive guys. Well, so's Fickell, and I'm not saying it's going to work, but I'm saying there's a proven it can happen where you have a guy who's because that the head coach has a say in how the game's going to be called. Right. But it's good to have that wide open passing attack and. Who knows? I mean, in the West, are you guys ready for a wide open passing attack? I mean, it's not.
Well, Indiana was a wide open passing attack.
Well, some would say that was Purdue, though, Tim. They've
Purdue as well.
Had a wide open.
I just don't want to hear the excuse. Oh, it's the weather. Well, look at the location, guys. Come on. If you're gonna rely heavily on the passing, well, this is the Big Ten. You're gonna get some bad weather games.
Yeah.
Well, the
key
is
story.
No, go ahead. I was just going to say you always want to have. I mean, the ideal word we always say in offensive football is some kind of balance, or at least a decent amount of balance, because you don't want teams to stack the box, but you need to be able to run the football when you have to red zone or short yardage or those situations.
Yeah, but I think Fickle's going to basically use Mordecai as kind of like a, pass to open up the run type deal.
Well, we'll have to see if they can pull it off. Hopefully, if Wisconsin wants to be successful, Mordecai needs to improve really quick.
Well, now a question for you, Dave. You'd know more.
Yeah.
Does Fickle ever experiment with anything like kind of like a play action?
Well, I think he did that a little bit at Cincinnati. I mean, I would kind of look at the offense that he ran at Cincinnati. I mean, because I thought they were, in watching some of their now they got good quarterback play at Cincinnati, because I thought Ritter played very well for them.
Yeah.
But they also had some balance, and they could run the football a little bit when they needed to, and they weren't exactly running spread there. So, I kind of tend to agree with you, Mike. I don't think it's going to be like a Big 12 type offense. I think they're going to try to be a little bit more balanced.
And a lot of people lose that. By the way, we had this talk just on my show, the USC show last night. So if I were to ask you, how many more times a game in Lincoln Riley's air raid, right? How many more times did he throw the ball than, say, Ohio State last year per game? So you figure it's about 70, 75 plays a game, right?
Right.
How many more times do you think that Riley's offense threw the ball more than Ohio State's?
7 or 8.
7 or 8? What do you think, Mike? What do you think?
I said 7 or 8.
Oh, you said 7 or 8
per game.
Yeah. All right. Well, Dr. Buckeye, what do you think?
As far now, you're saying that they threw the ball 7 or 8 more times a game, Mike. That was your comment there? Okay. Yeah, I think that you probably didn't throw it that much more than we did. I think you were probably about the same.
3.
Yeah, I was going to say
we were
close.
four more than Georgia. And Phil Longo at North Carolina, because I just looked it up, by the way, I'm cheating. This part. Phil Longo threw it 37 times, which would have been add one more onto that. So like 4 or 5 more times a game. So when we start thinking of these wide open passing games, really, it's not that they're throwing a lot more. Excuse me. It's not people hear air raid or wide open or spread. They think all of a sudden they think Mike Leach, right? That's the anomaly in all this. Sure, you have some Louisiana Techs and some, and even Texas Tech and that kind of passing attack. But a majority of these there's a lot more running involved than people actually think. So I don't think Longo is just wide open, just whip the ball around, 40, 50 times a game. It's not going to be that at all.
Yeah.
Well, I knew that was for Ohio State because Ohio State has tons of running backs. I saw all season. Like I said, I saw Traven Henderson. I saw Mine Williams. I saw Dallin Hayden. I saw Chip Traina. I mean,
that was partly health, Mike. There were some injuries there.
Yeah, okay, I'll give you that.
Yeah. I mean, Henderson was playing on he couldn't play the bowl game against Georgia because of a broken foot, which I hear is pretty important if you're a running back. Might impair your ability to run the football. And if I looked at percentages, they did a breakdown here locally. Ohio State was a little bit more balanced. Actually, was far more run heavy in 2022 than they were in 21. And they did have success in certain games running the football. But obviously in the big games, they didn't run the football as well as they probably needed to, especially like in red zone situations. And that's what I think hurt them is they, when they need short yardage, inside the 20, when they need to be able to run the football, that's also the key too. Because I'm a pass guy. I mean, when in doubt, air it out. But there's still a time and point when you do need to be able to run the football. Don't get me wrong.
Well, I figured that
you can run when you need to. That's the big point.
Yes.
And then when you need to salt away a game.
Yes.
Because people throw because it's more efficient. But I think what you're saying, if I'm getting you right, and I totally agree, is you need an offense, fine. But when I need to impose my will, when I do need to run the ball, I don't have to put the ball into the air. And that's what you're saying.
Oh, yeah. That's Big Ten right there.
Like, Day's first year was the most ideal balance in the history of balance. I mean, because with the year that Fields had and the year that Dobbins had. I mean, you couldn't
that year.
Yeah, you couldn't get any better balance than that. You had a quarterback that threw 40-some touchdowns, and you had a running back that ran for 2,000 yards.
That was crazy.
But the balance we're talking about, these are more like the modern offenses. You look at LSU; they threw the ball 34 times a game, right? Look at I'm looking at all of them right now. Teams LSU, Alabama threw the ball 34 times a game. So when like a USC or a North Carolina throw the ball 36 times, it's like the difference of 2 more passes per game. that's what I'm saying. The misconception that spread and air raid offenses are just pass happy are crazy. USC ran the ball 3 times less per game than they threw it. I mean, that's pretty damn balanced. The difference is 3 plays out of 75. That's pretty close to 50-50. Well, and that's, I think, most offenses are. They're moving more towards 50-50. Yeah. I think Michigan's more of a run. We know Michigan's more of a running team. Yeah, but I mean,
they rushed for 400
is that a product of your personnel? I might say. So I mean, if you had receivers that Ohio State has, you're going to throw the ball. If you're not throwing the ball, it's criminal not to throw the ball if you have those kind of receivers.
But I agree, it has to be balanced. Like, I was watching some old Hawkeye football on YouTube because I missed the season that much. And the times where we were most successful as an offense is obviously when it's balanced between the two, because then that keeps the defense on their toes. So that's no secret. I mean, that's pretty... Yeah.
And that's pretty devastating to have a run-heavy offense and then play action. I don't know. Sometimes it actually is better to set up than be 50-50. If someone's looking run and you throw over the top, that's when you really do your
and that's why I picked Wisconsin to win the West this coming season, because I thought that everything you guys just said, I think that's what Wisconsin's offense is going to adopt for this coming year.
You know what it is? Just a quick point, Tim. I think teams just look at teams' offenses and they base the offense on, well, who's their best offensive player? You know what I mean? And they're going to say, oh, well, then that's a run team or that's a pass team. Obviously, teams are going to look at your team. Your best player is Caleb. Well, they're going to say, oh, well, USG just must be a pass team. You know?
I was going to say that because they looked at C.J. Stroud and automatically assumed that Ohio State was an air raid.
Quorum for you guys, and they're going to say, oh, you guys are just ground. Well, I mean, and you guys are obviously more of a run team.
We are, yeah.
Sure. Right. Yeah. All right, guys. So as we get to the rounding off the panel, we always have our I didn't hear no bell wrap up topic. And since we've been talking a little bit throughout the entire show about NIL, I'd like for you guys to put on your prediction hats. And are we headed towards football players becoming employees of the university? Are we headed towards that reality? And maybe publicly listing the salaries, any signing bonuses, things like that. Tim shook his head yes, so I'm gonna start with you.
I think I don't know how it does work out, because there still are member institutions and there's certain things they can do. I don't know if they're gonna be salaries and all sorts of stuff. I think there's going to be a pretty high stipend, and I think we're going to stay with the NIL. I think these kids are going to get paid across the board. I'm hoping that they do have some kind of regulation on it, meaning schools like Michigan, Ohio State, USC, Alabama, Georgia have deep pockets, aren't going to be able to just outpace everybody, like, for instance, at Iowa or at Indiana or at other schools. I think that would ruin the whole sport. And I also say this, the closer and closer we get to making college football, pro football light, is exactly what it's going to be.
Yep.
Yeah.
We're already getting rid of regionality. We've already burst that bubble.
Absolutely right.
Now we're going to start. Now the whole idea of amateurism, we're paying them. Are they really? At that point, we start paying them. Are they really student athletes? No. Oh, they're going to school. Will they be required to go to school? And then at that point, honestly, the quality of play in the NFL. The reason why we watch college is a different type of atmosphere, right? Yeah. But the big part of it also is that it's not the pro football game. Well, we're changing the clock rules. I mean, they're really these TV contracts, we're paying the price for it because they're changing the game. Every one of these rules have to do with TV.
Yep.
And so when we add the money in, John, and we make it closer and closer to the NFL, what you're going to have at some point is NFL light. And what makes it float are not the programs like Michigan, Ohio State with all the millions and millions of fans. It's also the smaller schools, which make up a majority of the audience. The vast majority come from the smaller schools that are probably never going to win, but they're happy because they have a seat at the table. Once you remove that seat at the table for these teams and make it impossible for them to win, they're going to start watching the NFL, MLB, or NBA because they're not going to sit in a situation where there's going to be perennial doormats. So there's that. Sorry. That was my rant.
Yeah, I was just going to kick in. I talked about this with Mark. The changes to college football is basically the line used to be blurred between college and the NFL. I don't think it's blurred anymore. And I think to a great extent, I think that's for the worst. And I may be in the minority on this, but I think a lot of the people that were pushing NIL to begin with just wanted to pay the players to begin with. And call me crazy, I was never a fan of that. And if I'm in the minority on that, so be it. But that's my view. And I just think that there's a reason that college is college, and there's a reason that the NFL is the NFL. And I knew that the NCAA was never going to regulate it because the NCAA doesn't want to regulate it. They were going to leave it up to the presidents. They were going to leave it up to the the commissioners, and like they were going to regulate it. They don't want to. And when you think about NIL, when you think about an expanded playoff, when you think about a transfer portal, what do you have? You have a lot of the similarities to the NFL because you're basically going to go ahead and you have a form of free agency. You have a way of compensating the players. And on top of that, you have an expanded playoff, much like the NFL. So, yeah, I don't think there is much of a line anymore. And, I think these people that want to pay the players, once NIL passed, they should have just come out and said the not so quiet part out loud. They just want to pay the players. But I've always said, show me your system on how you're going to do it. And when do all the other Division I sports come calling for their money?
And that's the reason why I said no.
Yeah, and I'm with you, Mike. That's one thing I think we can agree on. And I think, as I've said to Mark, the direction of the sport, I don't know if it is a positive direction from where it's at, because I also think they're ruining what is the greatest regular season in all of sports. Too. Yeah. With this expanded playoff.
And potentially the game might be played twice or even 3 times.
Yeah.
I thought right away, I know this is a college football channel and discussion, but I thought right away of Caitlin Clark. I mean, I've heard rumors that she's staying at Iowa. I mean, she wants to play at Iowa. She loves Iowa. She's an Iowa kid and everything. But I've heard rumors that she gets a heck of a lot more from all of her NIL deals. I mean, she has Hy-Vee, which is the hugest supermarket in Iowa. She's all over the state. She's everywhere. So, she'll get paid a lot more being, a student athlete at Iowa than she ever will in the WNBA. In that same situation with college football eventually.
Yeah. Well, there's 2 different salaries there, though, Erica. I mean, what you get paid in the WNBA compared to...
look at all the massive alumni money and stuff like that.
Well, yeah, she's going to be like Eric Dickerson. She's going to be the only person to ever go pro and take a pay cut.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think we might head that direction, though, with football, and that worries me.
I don't think it's going to get to that level. Like I say, and I'm on the no side. First of all, there's going to be Title IX lawsuits all over the place if this happens. I mean, I think it's already,
There already are lawsuits.
Yeah, like I say, I think the number is going to be exponential. 2, I think it's going to create too much politics. I think that you're opening up a can of worms if you kind of go towards the way of making them employees. And it's going to put the universities on the hook for a lot of things that they don't have to with just kind of making them independent contractors through NIL. I don't see this ever turning into what we would call employees.
And also, it's not just money. It's also other benefits they get too.
That's what I was talking about.
Well, that's you guys bring up a lot of good points. I would just go back to what I think about is it's a shame, and not to be a Debbie Downer, but one of the first things Tim kind of pointed out is the regionality aspect of the sport has just been blown over, and it's already been destroyed, and it could have been prevented. With the amount of money, this amount of money in this direction didn't just come out of nowhere. It's been happening for years, and I know we make a lot of jokes about the NCAA, but a lot of this frustration, and we probably wouldn't be sitting here having these conversations if a governing body like what we believe the NCAA should have been actually did their job.
Yes, that's where it started.
And it's frustrating. It leaves a lot of questions. That's why we're even having this discussion. And unfortunately, I don't know about you. There's a lot of questions. You can't really have the players become full employees of the university because then you'd have to have unions and contracts and all this other mess.
For the sake of argument, though, when I went to University of Iowa, I was a TA, and we were technically student, employees, I guess you could say. So that's commonplace. I mean, I'm not 100% for NIL. I kind of agree with everything that's been said, but we were kind of student, employees, and, it benefited us. But the amount of money that these players are getting is a heck of a lot more than I got. I can tell you that much.
And the amount of money that the football programs are generating, and they've been generating it for years, it's hard to ignore the elephant in the room. They make so much money, it's hard to not acknowledge that they will become employees. I don't think it'll be like pro sports, but it's the elephant in the room, and
Yeah.
it's been around for a long time, and we have not had a governing body. They've been pushing it off and pushing it off and pushing it off because they tried to take the moral high ground and they didn't acknowledge the reality of it. So it's turned into, quite frankly, a mess.
It seems like there's too many people that have too much faith in the NCAA.
You're absolutely right, Mike. I mean, you know, the other thing too is, bottom line, NIL was supposed to be, what was it originally designed for?
Yeah,
it was designed for the student athletes to come to college, and if they did advertising for XYZ car dealership or whatever XYZ,
or social media, little stuff like that.
It was meant for pocket change. It wasn't meant to make them rich.
Right. But they could make money. But now you have universities literally dropping bags for players. What did Saban accuse Jimbo Fisher of?
The same thing he's doing now.
He said the quiet part out loud,
Alabama
Tim.
right now. The last people on the planet is Alabama telling the rest of the country not dropping bags on kids.
Well,
all that stuff.
Hey, Tim, they know how to make shine in the South. They know how to make shine in the South, my friend. They've been doing it for years.
I just said, I'm done.
It's become toxic. You have coaches who have won championships acting like little children on a national stage.
Yeah.
And they're supposed to be developers of young men.
Well, so Nick, you made a great point at the very beginning. This all could have been mitigated, and I'm not the first person to say this, and you guys, a lot of you probably already know this. They tried to kick the can down the road for the better part of the year. As soon as that O'Bannon thing came out, that should have been their wake-up call well over a decade ago. The problem with this whole situation is the NCAA and the member institutions are making billions of dollars.
Yes.
And these kids are eating top ramen still. And for a while there, how crazy it was. It's been changed now, but even back
Not
in the
anymore,
day,
Tim, though. It's no ramen anymore. They're driving sports
but the
cars
training
now.
table was only during the season, during the school year, right? And so these
Okay.
kids were left to fend for themselves after that. And so these schools were making billions, the NCAA and everyone was making billions of dollars, and the players were getting screwed. If they would have gone to if they gave a stipend, let's say every kid gets like, I don't know, $20,000 a year, which would have been easy for them to do.
Yeah.
Way back then, and said, we're going to give you are students, you're here at our school, but you will not struggle. We're going to give you 20 grand plus room and board. You should be fine. I think most people, 99% of the people have been fine with that.
Yeah, the thing is, that would have been challenged constitutionally because you had to offer that for all these other. You got to figure, there's only two things making money sports-wise. There's football and men's basketball, and they're basically subsidizing the 350 other sports for both men and women that are losing money.
Why? Here's my question, and I'm going to tell you right now, I'll plead ignorance on this one, and everyone throws Title IX, etc. Here's my point. It should be each department keeps their, in the real world, you eat what you kill, meaning your basketball department, whatever you guys generate,
argument.
You guys admit. Your football, the women's softball team, whatever you generate, you could dole out. It should be it should be one big pie. That's what they could have fixed it.
No argument, but that's not the precedent because, like I said, we'll go back to the WNBA. The WNBA loses what, $10 million per year. The NBA is subsidizing it. So I mean, there's history involved with there being a money winner, subsidizing something that's costing money, and say the relationship here is men's basketball and football covering all these other sports that. Not only do they not break even, they're losing money for the university. So, you'd have to basically tell these kids, the reason you're not making $100,000, $150,000 a year playing football is that, we have to use the income you generate for the university to go pay this, lacrosse player, go pay this water polo player, this baseball player, the softball player.
That's broken. I'm sorry. You guys want to call me sexist or whatever you want.
I'm not arguing you. I am not arguing you.
It just has to do with money. It's just I don't understand. Like, okay, other sports are great. I ran cross country in college, and I learned a lot of lessons from it, and I was very grateful for the experience. But those sports lose money. They don't bring in money, and the football programs largely fund everything else.
Yeah,
and that needs to be realized. It just
football
needs to be
and men's
accepted.
basketball subsidizes every other sport on campus.
Well, and football still has a pretty big gap over basketball, if I'm not
Oh
mistaken.
yeah,
It
oh
does.
yeah,
It has a
Football
huge
is-
gap. It has a
I know
huge
it
gap
is,
over basketball.
Our collective, the person who's the head of our collective has gone on multiple Hawkeye shows on YouTube and all that type of stuff. And he, said like that 70 or 80% of that money from the collective goes towards the college football players, not towards anybody else. I mean, that just proves the point right there. It's all about the college football.
And Troy B, really quickly, I brought up the South because the South was the one bitching about it. So I didn't say the rest of the country has paid players. If you have a team that's won a national championship, if you have even a team that's winning conference championships, your boosters have been paying people over the years. I'm not saying that that's not the case. What I am saying is the conversation, Troy, we were having is that there's a certain guy in the South who was taking advantage of a system for a very long time, and now he's complaining about kids getting paid, and I think it's hypocritical.
Well, and Jimbo, look at that recruiting class. It's already fallen apart on him, Tim. I think a few of those players have already hit the portal.
Yeah.
And
Well, yeah, 5 and 7 and Bobby Petrino, that might be a thing.
And that was another argument I have against NILs because, the NIL I think was originally designed as like, the prove it money. But now you get all these people, they're getting paid $1 million, $1.5 million. They haven't taken a snap at the collegiate level. And it just seems, maybe as a businessman, that just seems like a poor business model to me.
Well, didn't Ewers make $1 million out throwing a pass at Ohio State?
Yeah.
Or maybe I don't know, maybe he did. I don't know. But
it goes even further than that. There's people who are paid to visit schools now.
And you see, and I don't think that, I don't know if that should be, I don't know if that's legal.
That's ridiculous. It's happening now.
I'm glad. You know what? I think it's a good thing for the NIL, for college football in general. I hope more of these kids burn these collectives. Because technically you're not buying them. It's not a contract to play at your school. Oh, we want to give you money so you can do some charity work. You can't do both ways. So if you're trying to buy kids, I'm glad you got ripped off.
And the coaches, the coaches that are accused as some of the biggest programs of quote unquote, well, they're dropping the bags. Nick Saban, Deion Sanders, they don't have control over these collectives. They've complained about it publicly.
Yeah,
they've said that. And
that
frustrates them.
They don't have control, but they have influence.
Well, they have influence because they do their little, what Nick Saban pissed off Jimbo Fisher because he was doing this little private speech for the donors and everything. He got the people who are putting the money into the program. He's got to go do this little show.
Nick Saban has 100% control of what's going on at Alabama.
Oh yeah, Nick Saban is easily the most powerful person in Alabama. This includes the governor.
Yeah. Well, nothing's going down without Nick Saban signing on that. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah.
Well, I heard him and Jimbo made amends.
He's just a powerful man.
I wish. I like the spirit of the original NIL of saying, if you want to sell a jersey, if you want to be part of a video game and have your likeness be on there, and you want to make a couple of bucks from that, and the people who do better and are more the famous people, they do the best, they maybe make a couple more bucks from that. I don't hate that. That I think is fair.
Yeah.
But when you start like this Jalen Rashada contract, the $13.85 million that was discussed.
Oh God, that whole thing.
Was that
where
real?
you had to have a residence in Gainesville, Florida. That was the stipulation that they put on it.
Was that actually real? Was that actually real? Like, is that confirmed?
I mean, that was an Andy Staples on 3.
Okay. I heard about it. I just didn't know if it was like an exaggeration or what.
Well, and the other thing is the NCAA needs to have their own auditing system for this. I think if any head coach owns a car dealership, they should automatically be under suspect because you're basically funneling cars.
Yeah, Nick Saban Mercedes. It's something else. Yeah, here it is.
Nick Saban's car dealership. That's who you're taking a shot at.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a head coach with a car dealership, I mean, just assume that they're just funneling cars into players.
Hey, it's another revenue stream for them, Mike. That's
at least one branded Twitter post and one branded Instagram post per month. See, that could be hi or I had eggs this morning or something.
Yeah, clearly this
loopholes galore.
Yeah, and by the way, no interviews or engagements will last longer than 2 hours.
Yeah, this is basically like a no-show contract.
Well, you know what that means? You know what that means with the 2 hours? Okay, you sat down for the first 2 hours, then you have an hour-long break for lunch, and you come back for another 2. Right? I mean, there's ways around this.
It's a no-show job, kind of like Brett Favre or something.
If that.
It's like a Brett Favre speaking engagement.
Do you guys think that the NCAA as an institution needs to be obliterated for an actual legitimate community to come? Because it seems like they've proven that the only thing they care about is just sucking up as much money as they can.
The NCAA is corrupt, and they've been corrupt for a long time. They're borderline inept.
Hey,
but
Mike,
are they
Mike,
in the way?
Are
they in the way of a legitimate governing body from coming in? Like,
honestly, just let the presidents run this as a collective.
Is that the first step, though? Is that the first step? Is that
just treat it like the NFL. Just treat it like the NFL, where you have a commissioner, you have Roger Goodell. Yeah. That's basically the mouthpiece for the other. Well, pick a name at random, but you need to have elect one guy like a commissioner that basically speaks for all the university heads, and just cut the NCAA out of it.
So maybe the very first step for the future of the sport to become more clear is for presidents and universities to come together on their own to try to nuke the NCAA. And just
I think that would be the idealist of situations. I don't know if that'll happen.
It's not going to happen.
The problem is with that is that when you centralize power like that, smaller, very powerful groups, let's call them conferences, become the ones that maybe make a lot more money, begin to have way too much power instead of a third-party entity that's able to look at the members as a whole. Believe me, look at my hat. I am not a fan of the NCAA in any way, shape, or form. If you want to talk about the witch hunt, believe me, now you want to hear it because it just makes too much sense. But they're messed up. But you know what? We want to see how fast we could ruin this sport. Let the Big Ten and the SEC commissioners run the sport and watch how fast that college football goes away.
Can I just say, selling gold pants for tattoos seems very mild today compared to where it was in 2010.
You try to get them wins unvacated, huh?
Yeah, I mean, how do you get hung for that compared to what's going on nowadays? I have no clue. By the way,
problem though. The problem is that we're already so far into this. How are they going to get some regulation around this or go backwards? There's no going backwards.
You can't unring a bell. The genie never goes back in the bottle.
Exactly.
That's the tough part, yeah.
Exactly. So what are they going to do about it then?
It's just idealistic right now.
I think that. Let me throw this out there. Do you think with the NCAA is not doing anything about the SEC and Big Ten expanding, do you think there will become a day when both of the conferences, presidents or overseers or whatever, realize that, okay, we're just more powerful. Let's just team up. Well, not team up, but kind of create some kind of an agreement to literally supersede the NCAA.
If the SEC hasn't done it yet, I don't think it's going to happen. Because I think the SEC had the chance.
Bigger, though. That's what I'm saying. They're going to be getting when Oklahoma and Texas, I think they're going to expand more beyond Oklahoma and Texas.
I don't think Oklahoma and Texas is the dog whistle here. I don't think that's going to be the excuse for them to do a sudden coup or takeover, whatever you want to call it. I think everybody's kind of playing by the rules right now. I don't see the SEC looking like to break off and be like their own separate entity.
They can't. That'd be NASCAR. They can't. They can't do that. They need the rest of the country.
It's pretty much a two-conference sport, though. Come next year, I mean,
that's what I'm saying is the power will ultimately, if both conferences keep expanding, those two conferences are going to dominate.
Like that. I hope it's not like that because, like I said, it's gonna piss off a lot of fans out there, which are the meat and potatoes. If you took all the fans in the SEC and all the fans in the Big Ten, you couldn't have these TV contracts like you have now. It's all the Big 12 fans, the Pac-12 fans, the ACC fans. There's a bunch of great fans out there that just happen to not play and lucky enough to play in one of the ones that won the big arms race. And if you get rid of all those fans, you're going to ruin college football.
Well, they're going to get integrated.
To be fair, though, if you take away the anchor programs from the major conference, and this is to credit to your program, you're the anchor program of the Pac-12. If you take away Texas and Oklahoma from the Big 12, what are those conferences?
Nothing.
Yeah, I mean,
let me be fair. And I'm seriously, Erica, you got to plug your ears right now. You take away Ohio State. You take away. Let's say Ohio State and Michigan came to the Pac-12.
Yeah.
Instead of the other way around.
Yeah.
What conversation would we be having right now?
I hear you.
So I mean, it's really, there's only about maybe 10 to 15 programs in the country that have that kind of sway and power. Well, probably less than that. Probably 10 teams in the country that have that kind of power. That if one or two of them hop out and move somewhere, what if in the SEC? And I don't care what they say. Oh, we do blah blah. But let's say we take 3 from the SEC. What if I took Alabama, Tennessee, and LSU out of the SEC, and they all moved to the ACC? Which one would we be talking about leaving and going to hell? It would absolutely be the SEC would fold. So we're talking about a handful of teams.
Well, that's why the Big Ten made the move to go get you guys in UCLA, because the SEC made their power move.
Absolutely.
What was the Big Ten's reaction? It's that simple.
And we're going to see that game play out over and over. We're going to see that play out over and over. That one of the big 2 conferences goes out to get someone, and the other conference will react by getting somebody else.
Yeah, and pretty soon the SEC is going to go after Florida State, and we're going to go after Clemson. And it's just.
And then when we get Notre Dame, someone, they'll go after somebody else.
Well, I want to go make
folks. I don't know.
I've enjoyed this greatly. I want to go make some pizza in a minute. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to give everyone a final thought, and if they choose to do so, they can let people know where to find them on the internet.
God, no.
So Tim, I know you've got a show to do coming. I believe if Mark was saying it right, that you're going to be taking his spot.
That's
I was going to go see the pizza myself and get ready to watch Mark Rogers
Could you imagine?
USC Trojans live coming up in about 23 minutes.
You guys.
Tim Prangley and Matt Zemick from Trojans Wire. So I'm going to start with you so you can take a few and get some water, prep for the show. But final thought, and where can people find you?
Final thought is we talked a lot of doom and gloom, but I am excited that the SC is going to be joining the Big Ten. When those schedules dropped, my mouth was watering. It's really exciting. My whole family's from the Midwest, so I'm finally going to go see some of these cathedrals that I've watched since I was a little kid on ABC in the morning. I'm actually going to be going to some of these places pretty soon, so I'm excited about that. You guys can find me on Sunday nights. We changed our time to 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern on our show, that Trojan Conquest with Rick and myself. And then you will also see me in about 20 minutes. You want to join me over on the USC channel for the Monday night shows, usually with Mark and Matt. I'll be over there tonight for about an hour.
Yep, I just posted the link, so go check it out. And Tim, appreciate you being on today, and I'll be watching while I make pizza. So
see all you guys. Hey, by the way, I love this. You got to do this more often. You got to get the Ohio State guys and the Wolverine guys on the same screen, and you always have to have Erica. I'll see you guys later.
Yeah,
absolutely, 100%. And who calls in is who calls in, and we want Buckeyes, we want Iowa, we want. Hey, how about a Purdue fan? How about a Michigan State fan? How about
Rutgers?
I haven't seen
Rutgers.
Hogan in a while, so.
Like I'm down for some teams that we've never had on. We had one Minnesota writer on the show. How about Minnesota calls in? Somebody from Minnesota.
Did you have a Penn State? Didn't you have a Penn State fan? Or
yes, Argraw's called in a bunch. Yeah, we love Argraw. I hope he calls in again. So anyway, next up, let's go David Greenshield.
Well, yes, you can find me. I'm a regular on the Mark Rogers call-in show. I will try to continue to be a regular on the Big Ten call-in show, whether it be with Mark or with John. And I will continue to do my best, as always, to troll the TTUN fans as best I can. But no, in all fairness, I just enjoy Mark Rogers. I enjoy what he does for college football, and I enjoy calling into these talk shows. And I think it was a really good discussion tonight. And college football season, by the way, I think we're less than 2 months away. So
less than 2 months.
I can't believe that. So I'm definitely excited.
Absolutely. Well, David, always great to hear from you.
Thanks, guys. Great show tonight.
Absolutely. Real quick, Argraw, let us know what you want to talk about and call it. We'll put it on the list. All right, next up, let's go Mike Fort. Final thought, and if you want to, I know people can probably find you around Voice of College Football and trivia and all that. So
yeah, and don't forget my OnlyFans page.
That's right. That's right. Can't forget about that.
Da 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 da.
Oh my goodness.
Not suitable for work.
I forgot about his MySpace page. Remember from the one time?
That's right.
Yeah, I think I logged into it back in 2006. Yeah, but like I say, you're not going to find me anything like that, but I am a part of the Mark Rogers Network, and just, if you haven't subscribed to all of his channels, and make sure when you leave here, you want to click the like button. Make sure, you want to, know thy enemy. I'm a member of, actually I'm not a member of the Ohio State. It's against, but I'm member with Corey over in Erica's network. I've friended
From the Hawkeye of the Storm.
Yep.
Yes.
I'll go ahead and give a plug to Corey's. This is a Hawkeye of the Storm. He's part of the Mark Rogers Network. Make sure you like and subscribe to everything you can. Help keep us going. That way you get plagued with my ugly face and viewpoints as much as you can.
There you go. All right, go Blue, and thanks for showing up.
Go Blue, and you all have a good one.
Later. All right, Nick. Thanks for hitting the link and hanging out.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm not really on socials or anything like that. I'm just a fan of the show. Decided to finally call in and show my face since I've been putting a lot of controversial statements out there, but I put my money where my mouth is, I would say, generally. So I have fun with it. But no, seriously, everybody hit the like button. Love Mark Rogers. Love his videos and everything. So it's been a fun time. We'll keep these conversations up. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thanks, Nick. And go Blue. Erica, before we go to your final thought, I'm sorry, Casey, I missed Iowa's pickup. So let's quickly look at that. So Iowa had a pickup today.
Yeah.
Looks like.
Yep, we've had actually quite a few pickups in the last few days. They did really well on their on their official visit, it would seem, because they've gotten like 4 maybe commits in this week, I think, something like that, which for Iowa was pretty good.
Joseph Anderson.
Sorry?
Joseph Anderson, 6'5", edge rusher, defensive end.
Yep, and he also does track, I believe, if I'm thinking of the right person. Yeah, track. So they're saying he has a lot of upside. I haven't watched his film, but, another commit's always good news, especially when it's one on the defensive side. So probably he'll be up and coming the next year or two, like most of them end up being. So it's exciting. And I also noticed something really interesting, that from getting 1 commit, we went up 4 spots on the rankings for class. So I don't know. I found that interesting.
Offered by Kansas, Nebraska as well, Army. He's got some other folks interested in him.
There was some. It was funny. There's this Twitter account, message boards. Like, I can't remember what do you know who I'm talking about? The Twitter. What's the Twitter handle? Let me see. Message board geniuses. That's what it was. It was showing how the Nebraska fans were coping with the fact that we got this player and they didn't. So that was pretty interesting to see. They were saying stuff like, let's see, what did this guy say? Screw him, loser. And then someone posted a GIF. I'm going to enjoy watching you die, Mr. Anderson. And then somebody said, if he's that dumb to commit to a bunch of damn inbred, maybe it's a good thing. We don't want his type around here.
Oh, man.
And that's why I often say that Nebraska's fans, some of them, I know that doesn't characterize most of them. Most of them are fine people, but people like making comments like that, that's just inappropriate and stupid. So whatever. Haters gonna hate.
Hey, that's what we try to say here. Haters gonna hate.
That's right. And keyboard warriors gonna hate sometimes too.
Absolutely. So Casey, there you go. We just did Iowa for a bit. We've been covering Iowa pretty heavily, though, I think, on the Big Ten show, talking about them. So
yeah, usually when I call in, we end up talking Iowa for a few minutes.
We do a lot of Iowa discussion. And I just was on with the great Corey Bratta, and I really enjoyed that discussion the other night. So definitely, if you didn't listen to that, Hawkeye of the Storm, you can go back to the Hawkeye of the Storm channel and go to Thursday night's call-in show, the Hawkeye Hangout, and I was on that, and we had a great time.
Oh, and also Connor Johnson says Iowa fans are fake nice. Okay, if that's what you think, that's your prerogative. Hey, again, haters
go
gonna hate,
Beavers.
that's fine. That's fine.
There you go Beavers.
So.
John is a few bad decisions away from being an Iowa fan. I mean, I'm not okay. So I'm gonna root for Iowa in games where Iowa isn't facing Michigan, because of Cade and Eric All, and even though they kind of left Michigan on a bit of a sour note, they did a ton for our university, and I want to see what they can do on Iowa's offense. So I'm gonna watch them. I'm gonna watch Oklahoma too. I'm gonna watch Andrell Anthony be a starting wide receiver on Oklahoma's team, and AJ Henning on Northwestern. Like, I'm gonna probably watch more of all of them and just see what our transfers do.
And then Michael Hassman here. I give Iowa fans some ribbing at times, but no toxic trash like that. Exactly. That's exactly right. I have no problem with that type of thing, but yeah, that's exactly what it is toxic trash. So, and I know most Nebraska fans aren't like that. It's just these particular people apparently are. And, I'm not going to pretend that there aren't some Iowa fans who say stuff like that too when we lose a recruit. So, I mean, it goes for all fan bases.
Absolutely. So any other final thoughts or?
No, I'm final thought it out. I'm tired today, but no, you guys can follow me on Twitter if you're interested. Probably most people aren't, because I see a lot of Iowa hate in these chats, and actually, you know what? That's what my final thought's going to be, is just because we had crap, actually, I'm not just going to say that, because we had unmentionables, like swear word type of offense, like abysmal, horrible, horrific,
right,
trash, rubbish, offense, that was with P-Trash, and that era is over. And I'm not saying we were ever a fantastic, amazing offense or anything, but with Iowa football, you don't need to be. You need to be average. That's good enough for us to go places with our defense and special teams. And we've had, quarterbacks who've been in the league and stuff like that. We've had good quarterbacks before. So anyway, I think we're going to surprise a lot of people next season, and go Hawks.
Absolutely. 11-1. Hey, I put it out there, so we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. We will see.
All right, Erica. Have a good night.
You too. Thank you.
Absolutely. So a couple of there was one topic I didn't get to, and it was about Rutgers. So real quick, I'm just going to talk this through for 30 seconds. So they just recently received a commitment from 4-star wide receiver and tight end KJ Duff, which puts them at number 21 in the country. Actually, Trojans Wire, Matt Zemek did a story on Rutgers, the USC guy. So I'm actually going to ask him about it in chat today on the USC Trojans Live, which is going to be in about 10 minutes. So I want everybody to go over there, watch the video, hit the like button, all that good stuff. And don't forget all the things. Don't forget to click on Mark Rogers' Amazon link. Literally just takes 2 seconds. Bookmark it. And when you're doing your shopping on Amazon, just do that. Join our Patreon and Discord. Talk college football all the time. Join our YouTube membership. And, listen, it's summer. Get yourself Voice of College Football swimming trunks at our merch store. So just some of the things that you can do. We will be having a call-in show Wednesday night at 8 p.m. Eastern and Friday night at 10 p.m. Eastern. It's the summer call-in show schedule. And with that said, are there any final things before we go bye-bye? Hard pass on the trunks. Oh, yes. Casey Mallory, have a great 4th of July. everybody. And yes, I'll see you tomorrow, Tuesday at 5:30 p.m. Eastern on the Hawkeyes show. I'll definitely hang out and chat. Is that one happening? I think it might be, but I don't know if you guys are going to go do 4th or if you're gonna or if they're going to do that. So I'm sure Mark will put out a community post on that to let everybody know what the shows are tomorrow. But we did do shows on Memorial Day, so you never know. All right, that's going to do it for me. So definitely check out USC Trojans Live. And until next time, I'm going to say, go blue. Good night, everybody. Happy 4th.